Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello, Nerdo. Hello, why not say? Welcome. You'd lucky to come online? I wanted to ask him about farming because I have a western-eastern connection to buy both the sowing and harvesting machines. Okay. Lucky is online, but he's playing Captain of Industry, so... There are early start sowing machines. But harvesting... Yeah, harvesting is also available again, so from the east. They changed that back. It's now from the Soviet Union. And on the west... There's nothing. Okay, so they changed the equipment back to be correctly purchased from the east. Should work again. We're back in our republic, building up our steel mill, brick factory, coal export setup. Building the rail tunnels towards it. Building all of the buildings towards it. That doesn't go in there, that's iron. I'm also building a clinic here because I care about my workers. I don't know if it makes any difference, but I have seen a prison that I built in such an area actually bring prisoners to a clinic, so maybe it also is like a work safety thing. I don't know. Last time we left off with quite a few health issues in our city, like very low health, but we'll see if that keeps improving again. It might have been from the incinerator running at like full tilt for the longest time, when we dealt with all of the waste that had piled up from the coal making. We'll see if that continues to happen. Okay, there's mixed waste in here now. And here. And this is also clear, so you have done your job. Afterwards you can go back into the depot. And then I'll put you back on the distribution office. But thanks for clearing all the storages and making them ash storages again. I just want to let it run automatic, unlike the manual switching like he was doing. How much of a ratio between sowers and harvesters should I get off the early machines? I haven't looked at the sowers and harvesters yet. Usually for me it's the fewest amount of trucks. Like I go by a ratio of like 3, 4, 5 or 4, 5, 6, something like that. 4 tractors, 5 harvesters, 6 trucks, but that is like with the 1960 vehicles. The trucks have a speed of 12, 20. Okay, these are really good at farming, but they take ages to get to the farm. They're like okay on both ends. And these ones are even better at farming. And also good at road speed, but very expensive. This is very expensive machinery. Let's say 12 versus harvester. It's also 12. Like I'm thinking 1955 harvesters are 24 versus the tractors. $17. And I need fewer tractors than harvesters, so I don't know, maybe 3 tractors, 5 harvesters, and then trucks. I don't know. You can just like take a look at it and get it started. Like you don't fill it up completely and you just do a test run for a year. Give it like an even amount of like tractors and harvesters, and make sure you have enough trucks. You always need trucks. Especially, I guess, with the early start, the truck capacity will be so low. And the speed will be slower too. Already building the steel mill. Fairly well. It won't be able to run until we have iron deliveries, but that's okay. Guess I could test it with 3-4 fields and expand as I go. Yeah, that's what I usually do. Like I said, I don't have ratios. I usually just do it by gut feeling. Because it always changes, like for the fields away from how far away they are from the farm. With the early start equipment, you can even run dirt roads, and it is going to be fine even snowed in, I think. Because they run like 12 kilometers an hour maximum. And that's like snowed in or like rained in dirt road. You won't have any issues with snow because they're not going to run on snow. Yeah, I mean rained in. The tractors and harvesters shouldn't run when it's snowed in because then it's a little bit late. I meant rain. On jungle biome, rain affects you more, I guess. Still 4.6% interest. End station is basically out of fuel, just right now. We'll kick it off the line, enable line spacing, demolish the end station. Let's do the road later. It doesn't get in the way. On a jungle biome, you basically can farm 24/7 the whole year. Like you said, there's no snow, so it's going to be even easier to test that because you just see how it goes, and then if you realize, oh, the harvesters are idling a bit, maybe I'm going to get more fields. Oh, some of the fields aren't even growing yet. Maybe I'm going to get more tractors, or there's too much stuff on the fields. I need to bring more in, get some more trucks. Might still get gravel for it, definitely. Troubled between which industry I should start first, because I have a coal source near iron. I was considering starting up steel factory and importing the resources first, because right now in 1934, iron and coal prices are like 6 to 7 per ton. All of the prices are very low on early start. Don't get tricked by that. So 3 and 7, or 6 and 7 per ton. Might sound low, but then food and other resources are probably also quite low, and you have less money to work with. And there's chems industry, which you can do too, which is quite profitable. I mean, like I said, it depends on the market prices. I don't have the overview of the early start right now. See how it develops. Chemicals uses a lot of different materials in low quantities, so it's kind of easy to set up if you manage to get all the resources there. Hello Simon, welcome. And yeah, a steel mill with imported resources probably also works. It will just start raising the prices of the imported resources at some point, I guess. And therefore also make the steel mill less profitable, but give you an encouragement to then hook up the raw resources. So starting with the steel mill should be possible. That conveyor engine is just there, so we also use the internal storage for the steel mill. That way I can set a warning message on the iron storage and still have 150 tons inside the steel mill before the Well, when the warning triggers. Starting steel mill is going to be very expensive if you do that. Steel mill requires a lot of upfront investment and also a lot of logistics because you need to bring a lot of iron and coal into it to make it worth its while. So you'll probably need trains, so even more cost. You can't really... Well, you can try and supply it with trucks, but it's going to be a nightmare. But with the new customs house, who knows? Maybe you can just run coal and iron by truck there. With huge quantities of vehicles, which is going to drive up your fuel price and cause you other problems. It's going to be fun. Looks like coal is being conveyed, as it should be. High priority on the storage for the Republic, which they can pick up by train. Then it goes to the brick factory and the steel mill last. So steel mill will have the lowest priority. Cool. That should bring coal to the brick factory so we can start picking up bricks from here. Fuel price, don't... Yes, I know I said it. I'm not going to go further into the potential of a rising fuel price, alright? Speaking of, there's an upwards trend for our fuel price. Starting raw resource export is usually the simplest because you have one resource and you bring it to the border. Like if you're trying to go for something homemade. Otherwise, clothing is the easiest because lowest investment in logistics. You bring fabric and you take away clothing. Where's the other train? Bugudonsk. Why did you not unload fabric? Oh no, there is fabric in here. I need to set the other train to also bring fabric here. It's not gonna work that well, is it? It begins. We are prepared. Our oil export should make more money than our fuel imports, so if the price goes up for oil and fuel, it's fine. Last year, 2.6 million in oil and 2.4 million imported in fuel, so it's keeping pretty even. I'm not worried over a rising oil fuel price, that's fine. Currently we're still fine. I did add a lot more vehicles though. And I guess right now we're running a lot of construction vehicles. Alright, end station is gone. Is that the connection? I believe that's going to be the connection. Plus coaling station. Coal delivered to by truck. Distribution office. From the loading station here. That's gonna be fine. We will need a water connection as well. Not an issue. That should do it. Have to build the road after it's hooked up. I have two large Soviet customs houses, like close to 1 kilometer between each other, so I can build the steel mill in between the two customs houses. Difficulty lies in using rail. Don't have boring machines, so tunnels is out of the question, which means I either use another form of transport, might have to be finicky with the rails. Tunnels are possible. Like I said, we build tunnels, but yes, it takes a long time. The tunneling phase, if you can throw a lot of workers at it, is okay. Got a plan with like 2 years, I think. And then you'll be happy when it finishes early. But if you have enough workers by that point, I doubt it. Hospital done. Got a few workers here. So now we have a service area for our citizens here. If they have any concerns about health or other things, they can just go here. And crime should also be dealt with now. No more piling up crime in the area, which might increase happiness and loyalty. There's probably a lot of crime in that industrial zone. I don't know if one city can handle that much, which means we need to build further from the customs house that I'm using. Such pain. Well, you know I like building far away from the customs house. Still a little bit annoyed that we're not further into the map, but once we get to this place and have like a large area to build with, it's gonna be glorious. Do I have any research points left? Let's go through them again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I missed one. 10, and we had 12 points, so I guess I have 2 to spare. I think pollution filters is probably a good idea. Let's get started on pollution filters. And maybe pollution monitoring stations. Just get the 2 things I usually don't get for an early warning system if something becomes an issue in the area. I don't know what we would do about it, like this can't move or change its behavior. But yeah, 20% less pollution output is good. From like 20 tons down to 16 tons, why not? Lots of concrete and steel and mechanical components for the steel mill. Brick factory is almost ready. And it can start working right away. The workers cannot walk there, so we will have to make an underground footpath or see if we can build a footpath that leads there, but I doubt it because the power plant is kind of in the way. Underground footpath would be the easiest solution to that issue, and I guess once we have bricks being made in the area, that would be also the fastest to do. And they have to go to the brick factory and the steel mill. That's not going to fly, but this one should. Barely. You can have the tunnel exit here and they walk both into both buildings that way. I mean, they can also use the main entrance for the steel mill, I guess. I wonder if the footpath entrance is slightly more efficient, because they might be closer to the building that way. And with the main entrance they have to walk over the inner parking lot. That would be a way to do it. Now they can walk there. Seems fine. I guess we won't be able to use the brick factory until that is hooked up, unless we send a bus to bring workers to the brick factory. Let's wait until it's built up. How much more before you can fully autarky your city? I don't know. Mechanical components, electronic components are still needed. Prefab panels are needed. I don't plan on building a fuel refinery. Unlimited power. No unlimited power. No. There is no unlimited power here. I don't think that's going to work. I guess we can do that though. And use this as a, like, cosmetic footpath to some extent. This run doesn't have full autarky in mind. If I had a fuel refinery, I could consider it. I don't feel like we should. Oh, I think it's having issues with like going past, oh crap, going past the entrance road. It doesn't like that. This should work. Oh yeah, we just have a footpath leading in here, I guess. So we'll have to wait until the tunnel is done before they can start working the industries. Unless I bring a bus there. And if I bring a bus there, we would have bricks locally. It sounds very, very tempting. Just a single bus. No money. Oh crap. Not again. Thank you. You know what? Take out 4 million. It's fine. Hello, Shaoyashu. Welcome. Early warning system for coal. Coal power plant will be the last one to run out because it has the highest priority on the conveyor. Then the national coal supply, then the brick factory, then the steel mill. I think that's the correct decision. There's our storage for steel and bricks. 585 tons of steel, 468 tons of bricks sounds fine. Alright, that'll finish the factory. Which means we are going to set this route to also use... we could use a single bus for that. Sure, let's put a single bus on the brick factory for now. So one bus will try and supply workers to the brick factory. Doesn't have drinking water. Yeah, I still need to hook up water, sewage, and maybe electricity. Although I'm kind of fine, like, if the power plant stops running, so does the steel mill and the brick factory. Doesn't really need a power connection. We're going to hook up the construction offices to the new brick storage. And water and sewage. Sewage goes here. High priority, more productivity, and a sewage pipe. Small one should be fine. Doesn't like the power line. Sure, we'll just go here. It's fine. Not a lot of workers being picked up for the brick factory. I guess we can tell the brick factory bus to wait until it has at least some workers loaded. That should do it. Might just be one, but at least it'll be some workers. Yeah, we're making our own bricks now, very slowly. I should make this the brick pickup source. No workers here right now, it's waiting. Till the cableway is bringing in a couple workers that go into the bus platform, and there we go, 7 workers. Nice. But if we do that with too many buses, we run the risk of just causing a massive traffic jam. So we're not going to do that. Change the steel storage. I was supposed to change the brick storage. We're not making enough steel yet. Or we can change that. Yeah, this will work well, I think. We really need more workers here. Yeah, the clinic is done. I think 2 workers each should be more than enough. We'll prioritize sending people to the clinic, the police station, and then other buildings. Yeah. There'll be workers in case someone gets sick here, which I don't know if that is an actual thing, but I have seen it with nearby prisons in industrial areas. And maybe we can take a look. Oh, that's a nice amount of workers for the brick factory. It'll help with the tunnel construction. The sooner we get that done, the better. Still no power supply here for the loading station. Everything else has power. But yeah, I was going to make a dedicated power connection for this area just in case. If we have to run it with foreign power, for example, and not the power plant, then it would be at a low throughput. We would not bring too much power, I think, to the steel mill. But we have the option to draw a high voltage wire there as well. That is a possibility. This would increase the loading speed, I think, from here. Seems like the trucks were loading plenty fine, though. I'm not sure. just building a cosmetic footpath, because why not? It's just gravel. 240 tons of bricks, all homemade. Tunnel boring machine on tunnel 1 is almost done. It can go to tunnel 2 right after refueling. Let's see if there's maybe another tunnel boring machine we can buy and scrap for some profit. I don't see one. Nope. Looks like not. Still cool that there's really old early start vehicles showing up in the used vehicles menu. Or do they have an issue because they can't load right now for the lack of electricity? Does that not allow them to load at that at all? Looks like they're moving. No, they can load. It's fine. This vehicle is assigned to pick up right now, and it just arrived. But yeah, it's very slow without electricity. I think it's time to hook up the city to this waste management, so we're not bringing them here anymore. It's going in here for the mixed waste. And then later on, construction waste can also be shifted, but metal scrap won't be. I guess we're using waste trucks here to load the waste instead of dump trucks. Yeah, maybe we can prioritize sending resources to the electric substation to make this go faster. Then we probably wouldn't keep up with production anymore, but I don't know. I guess this is fine. Unless there's a fire right now and all the vehicles cause a traffic jam. What about the train track leading out of the iron mine? Has that been built yet? No, I haven't even started it yet. We need to build this train track. Get the rail construction office going again. And continue researching pollution reduction. Pollution monitoring station we would do after, I think. I usually don't go for it, but I kind of want to. Actually, thinking about my coal iron placement, I think I can just hook them up directly by aggregate. What do you call them? Conveyors? Yes. Yes, they're called conveyors. Trains is cooler, but conveyors is more efficient, because conveyors just use electricity. But you do have to maintain them. Trains are cheaper to maintain, I think, because you only have to maintain the engine every couple of years. And I don't know. Like conveyors, you need a lot of buildings. I guess they're probably not too expensive either. I don't know. Since my stall is so close to the Western Customs House, can use the early Western Track Builder. Nice. I haven't used that one yet. That is a lot faster. Or like, that is decently fast. Looks like we need more workers in the police station, because criminal cases here are running over capacity. Too much crime in the industrial area. I have to spend some more workers making sure that crime doesn't become an issue in here. Too distant. Oh, from the bus stop it works. Well, bus stop doesn't help. It has to go directly from the cableway station. Otherwise they're not gonna walk here because they're gonna be picked up by a bus before that. Guess this way. Power plant. Then I guess this side of the road. Nah, that's not gonna work that well. Just do this footpath. Right now they can already reach it. There we go. I think I might have placed my houses like 500 meters from the clothing fabric factory, and that actually scares me slightly. It should. But that's just to sustain myself if necessary, since the hazard building income start to decrease Clothing factories are easy to relocate. Ours are also fairly close to the city. Less than 500 meters. But right now we're struggling with the supply of fabric to the area. Do we get another train car for fabric? I mean, we don't have the storage capacity in here, but I guess we could add another 35 tons. And then have train cars for the train. So it can transport more fabric, and the factories keep working for longer. Currently loads 30 tons of, I think, 2 train cars. Could mean that it runs full on fabric. I add one more that is fabric and clothing, and then one that is just clothing, I think. Bigger fabric buzzer? Yeah, we just did that. Actually, no, it's just fabric. We're not loading clothing from here. We're exporting by truck. I forgot. Yeah, they're both gonna be fabric. The train doesn't actually load clothing anymore. I'll be fine. Coal price is still better than fuel in your market, Daz? Coal prices were never better than fuel prices in my market. Fuel prices are going up again. Oh, better, as in lower, yes. Coal prices are very low. US dollar price hasn't increased much. I mean, the fuel isn't affected by inflation, so at some point they might go over. Oh, we do have our own coal now. Oh. Why did you not drive in there? I thought I put signals down. Yeah, there should be signals. That was probably the issue. Chain signal leading in here. Wrong way. There we go, that's the correct way. I'm not sure why I'm not prioritizing the power plant. That seems risky. Power plant should be prioritized over anything else, but then the highly educated workers might not go there. I guess the clinic And the police station don't require that many workers, and we hope that we always have enough here. But this seems like a crisis to happen. Oh, there's a lot of workers walking here now. Never mind, this looks very good. But that's probably just from a passenger train arriving. Yep. 221 workers going back to the iron mine. Nice. Any plans to trade with the Western countries yet? The plan is there, but I have no reason to trade anything for profit. We might export some raw resources to them at some point, but yeah, like I said, not really on the agenda. What's going on here? Productivity, some of them are only at 30%, which is concerning. Very low happiness. Living here. Why is there so much crime happening? Is it because the train route is too unreliable to give you like your enjoyment that you want? Well, I'm sorry, but at least you have clothing. What if I build you like a... Don't I already have a house of culture here? This was our first settlement and it had like a couple things. I'm pretty sure we have one of these, don't we? Cinema? Yeah, there it is. Right across. They shouldn't have any issues with culture. It's curious. Okay, these cases have basically resolved themselves. I guess there's no waste storage here. Yeah, there's no waste storage here. Let me know when that one is done. Let's do the same thing at the other location. There's a waste storage. It needs to store hazardous waste for the clinic. And then it's all good. Looks like we brought all the bricks we needed. Cool. So that works. Still should assign the other storage again. We can do that once the train line has been built up and we're picking up bricks and bringing them to the storage after. Water well. This power plant should never stop working. I should get informed if there's an interruption. 240 people unemployed. Sounds like we had a train delay. Yeah. Lots of people here unemployed. It usually only have... Oh, there's unemployed people here too. What about the bus route? That should take care of that. We'd need to pick up workers again. That's the reason. Workers are allowed to be picked up again. So unemployment in Turmasneu will be less of an issue. No unemployment here, all going to the clothing factory or iron mine. We're working on it. I don't know what we're doing here though. Why the cases have suddenly piled up with like serious crime happening in this area. And apparently there's not enough highly educated people to deal with this. Anyone can move in here. Well, I guess we'll just make this highly educated. The other ones were supposed to not have everyone here. Yeah, productivity is not too bad on average, but curious about these high crime statistics and why you're not working on anything. Like, why is this all frozen in time? You know what? Cancel all of them. Like, why are you not working efficiently? Are you taking cases in from like the city? No. Okay, that doesn't reach into the city. Alright, I'll turn that off too. I'll check on it again at some point when I realize that something is going horribly wrong, probably. That works well. Hello, Jumai. Are the prisons coping? They should. Had some escapes last year and this year, but otherwise they're doing okay. Not enough workers in it, I guess. Not... yeah, we might need another prison. It's getting close to capacity. And there's no overflow capacity in these types of prisons. There's definitely no room for a prison here. Or is there? No. I don't want the prison in an area where workers have to go by a cableway station. That just smells of disaster. But maybe here, next to this heating plant, in walking distance of the houses that usually complain about unemployment. I guess we can have it back here. And maybe send the workers to work in the heating plant or the industry. Drive them to the power plant first, make sure that's always occupied, and then if it's empty, just drive them up to the mine. There should always be room in that. Lack of footpath access for this building makes it a bit trickier to place. That way people from this house could walk to work in the power plant. Thought that would be modern prison. Nah, we're not building modern prisons. We're not modernizing. Old is what we're doing. I mean, even with the road, there's going to be plenty of possibility to walk here. I just wanted to have a footpath to make it look nice. It has water, sewage, electricity, and heating. Prison buses will have to go heating plant, power plant, and then coal mine. Pretty sure modern prisons have walking paths. Yeah, but they are less secure. I'm making that up. We're sticking to old stuff. No modern fancy prisons with like their side entrances that are very secure. No, not for me. Okay, they can walk to the brick factory now. So all buses back to the regular route with the new end station in place. Still needs fuel, but it can already work. Looks like brick production is perfect now. We have electricity, so loading speed is also going to be fast. We just have to bring it to our construction material storages and stop importing it. Health is dropping, but lifespan is increasing. Some pollution. Reminds me that I need to check our research. It is ongoing. Temperature low. So the heating plant was not supplied well enough with workers for some time. I'm not sure how bad it was. Pretty bad it looks like. Yeah, the construction vehicles going through this area and causing traffic jams, especially the excavators, is a nightmare. So having the footpath to allow people to walk to the heating plant, I think, is a good change. That should be a nice change. Because then if the buses are delayed, people are just going to walk over here. And maybe I'm going to make that like an asphalt path. So it's like... I guess it's fine. Like even with 15 workers, they're getting close to capacity. Should be fine, should be able to balance itself with the workers. Okay. That was a much needed change. Now the bus route is not required anymore to make sure the heating plant keeps working. And it should stabilize our health issues in the area. remove the problems, basically. Still extra workers delivered by bus, just in case. But the bus route technically is not needed anymore. Now that I think about it. I don't know, dropping in workers every now and then still seems like a good idea. It's also our inner city bus route, so it makes sense. It's kind of funny that we're now providing healthcare in the industrial areas, and I'm not even sure if it's needed, but I think if someone has a medical emergency in the coal mine or iron mine setup, they should get help, right? It should be possible for them to get help. We really need doctors here. More highly educated people, please. You would still prefer the above ground footpath, which is fair. There's not enough highly educated people making its way over here. If anyone waits at the bus platform, power plant... That way? No. 10, 10, 5, 1. That way. Well, there's occasionally doctors arrive here, so... I guess whenever the train arrives. I could make these buses basically unload workers at the tram stop. But no, these can now not transfer unload on the train station, and that should be fine. They're not walking to the bus stop, right? No. That is out of range. Power has been hooked up. We're going to limit the amount of workers in the brick factory to approximately what we need. We don't need to run full production, full capacity. I'm not planning on exporting bricks, it's all for the construction materials. And if I'm having too many workers in that industry, then there's not going to be enough people going to other locations. I might have to give the bus platform a higher priority. Because the waste setup definitely has a quite high importance. And with the steel mill, otherwise this would take away a lot of workers. That way. Highest priority for police station, clinic. Second priority for platform and power plant, and then third priority for the industries in the area. Are you planning on using old trams in future cities? I was considering maybe replacing the route here for the bus route with a tram route. I'm not sure what the tram speed is. Like, we have two trams available, 55 and 55 kilometers an hour. 30 passengers is basically the capacity of our buses. This one has 60 for 37 meters instead of 10 meters, which is crazy. But they're the same price, so you're trading the size of the vehicle versus increased carry capacity for the same cheap price, and this one is, I guess, the more efficient one. When it comes to distance per passenger. So we would have to then change this to an end station for trams, maybe with a repair station, because I don't think I can fit a tram end station here with an end station. The gravel setup might have to move if I plan to do that, or the construction sectors here. But like I said, I don't think the end station here would work in range of the repair station, so a small repair station just for trams could be made. Let's make sure the repair station has everything in the industrial sector in range. It does not. I'm gonna up it to 3.5 kilometers, so also the distribution office is covered. So yeah, trams not planned per se, but thought about. For new cities, I don't know. I would rather think about if and where we can start developing after this whole setup is done. I'm thinking about how the city should look like, because it depends on the terrain. If it's like a city where a train station in the middle connects everything, then we don't need a tram. But if it's a long city, something like this, with no construction sector nearby, if it is maybe externalized, then a tram could make sense. I guess the tram route could, in theory, also go across the bridges and then through... I don't know if a tram can go through these buildings. Oh my god, that is like... That's kind of worth knowing, isn't it? If we can run a tram through that house. Might have to test that. Because then we could have a tram loop with a couple trams running clockwise and counterclockwise. No need for an end station, just a... Well, it would still need an end station somewhere here. With maybe a tram stop going into the... sending passengers to the train station. But building passenger stops up here isn't really planned. Could put one here, I guess. If we move some houses. Out of meat. Lots of ambulance sounds. I guess it is winter. More workers in the hospital, please. Let's put it at 12. Yeah, let's see how pollution reduction will help our citizens. 76 health isn't great. I think one of them might be affected by pollution. I mean, the heating plant is like less than 500 meters away from the city. But so is the other one. What do you need, bypass roads while upgrading roads to trams? I don't think so. This is all connected where they can get to it from both ends. So if I upgraded it section by section, they can still go to every building. It just takes them a little bit longer. If I upgrade this section, they can drive in from the right side or the left side and get still access to all the buildings. And people here are set up where they take the footpath down to the train station for anything that they can't reach, so it would be fine regardless, I think. And no bypass roads would have to be made, unless I wanted to speed things up. Now if this was a dead-end road, where there is no way to go anywhere, and I wanted trams to run in there and then turn around and go back out, then it would cause more disruptions for whatever building is in there. But I wouldn't set up bypass roads then, probably just bypass footpaths so the fire trucks can get in. Not sure if they would. Coaling station. It's all depending now on when the tunnel is going to complete. And we should throw as many workers at that problem as we can. Which will come in by bus. And they can unload and make their way to the rail construction office. That's why it's there. Your culture's going up very, very slowly. Some people... Okay, yours is also going up very slowly. Some people arrive here by train and their culture goes up massively. But for some of them it's like really, really slow paced. And yeah, if I wanted a coal storage setup for the steel mill, then something could probably arranged here, but I don't think that's necessary. The buffer for the steel mill is basically this one, which is our production buffer for the whole area. I'll probably start working on the second coal ore processing plant once the steel mill is done. Okay, I'll set the construction offices back to their regular brick supply. It's shorter for them if they do construction in this area to pick up from that storage. And also more consistent. Missing alcohol. That's the early warning system that something is wrong with the trains, normally. I hear a lot of dinging sounds. Oh, I know what's wrong. I wanted to give the train 2 more train cars and I never did. Thank you for reminding me, game. I'm glad that it's alcohol that's running out first and nothing else. Now I don't know if the train is now too long for the area, but since it's a run-through station, it does delay any other train anyway, so I don't think that matters. It just blocks the junction a little bit more. No more clothing transport, just gonna turn that off. And there you go, now you can run again. "61 tons of fabric. We can hold 70. Let's see what the stop looks like. I think it's going to be slightly sticking out. Parking at the warehouse. Not sure when parking at the oil station, but yeah, it's just going to cause a little bit of a delay when that one loads and unloads. And yeah, in the future maybe a rail distribution office organizing the resource deliveries would also work, but I like my dedicated train routes.
So it might block the exit for the iron trains for a bit, but this route will become obsolete in the near future when the iron trains will head towards Sovskoy anyway. Let's see. Definitely gonna stick out past that signal, I think. Yep. But then unloading at the... like, this is a temporary small hindrance that's not critical. And we have plenty of space still while unloading the fuel and not blocking anything. So this could have more train cars if we need more throughput. But yeah, right now this should make it so that the fabric supply for the clothing factories is a lot more stable. I'm a little bit tempted to allow trains to like overtake parked trains here by putting in another switch going to the other side. And then they do have the ability to go back onto this track here anyway. So if I put another train line up here, for example, they could do that. Trains overtaking a waiting train at the stop. Why are you not moving? You're waiting for the iron train. What? Oh, there's no signal here. It has already started moving. Okay. Sure. That will probably upset these workers and passengers because they're not going to get to the bus stop in time. I don't know why you're waiting for that train anyway, because you're just driving through in a straight line. But yeah, that was not good for the passengers from Gugoshny. They had to wait too long. So maybe a train upgrade for the iron trains is in order. Better engine. They're just gonna get more expensive anyway, so might as well buy them now. Oh my god, okay. 1.6 million for 2 train engines, why not? You're gonna make your way to the depot and we're gonna upgrade the first one, and then I guess the second one can follow suit right after. This one has 300 kilowatts. This one has 800, so it's also going to be accelerating faster. I don't know what the best, like, engine is we could get for raw power. I might need one of these instead. I might need an FD series for 2200 kilowatts. We need that acceleration power for the industrial trains. BBO 2000. Hello, Border Patrol. Welcome. What is the... let me just check something. Kriegslog is BR52 or BR42. So... I don't know if they're in the game. Thought this one might be it. I'm gonna buy one of these monsters. They're very long trains. Probably gotta shorten the train by some train cars. Not gonna lie, I was expecting a live stream from TwitchCon. I'm not going to TwitchCon. Why would I go to TwitchCon? How much do we have? Let's see. The Prussian one is somewhat underpowered. It's good for passenger trains because they don't weigh that much. But for industrial trains, this one was not the right choice. I guess we have 2 Prussian trains lying around that we can upgrade to passenger trains at some point. 14 meters. And this train has a capacity of 11 meters. So we have 25 meters, I guess. So the BBO would work without shortening our train, and it only has 40 kilowatts less than this one. This one is a really long train. Don't be sad, Border Patrol. Maybe next year I'm going to be at TwitchCon. Just remember to subscribe, follow, and hit that like button. Oh wait, wrong thing. Just keep watching and enjoying the stream. I don't have anything you can click other than follow, I guess. This one also goes 120, which is ridiculous. But this one would hit the 70 kilometers an hour on our wooden tracks fine. This one, I don't know. Quick upload the clip to a YouTube short. Okay guys, do we get a BBO or do we get an FD series? This one is slightly more powerful, but too long. We have to cut the train down by 1 train car length. This one is 40 kilowatts weaker, but can go 120 kilometers an hour. It's also lighter, so it's 30 tons lighter on its own. I don't know. These two. Wait, this one? Yeah, this one is fine too. Cheaper also. Yeah, it's cheaper. Hello Zadius, welcome. Spending a lot of money on this. Let's get a BBO. We can get the other one for the other train later. What does it look like? It's dark. Not bad, but it's dark. Was resetting my Twitch app for a bit, so I might have missed it. It does mention this track type. Track type? What? No, I'm confused. Oh, it even has its own tender. I'm gonna reset the wagons, I guess. Yep, this one's also 1 train car too long because of the tender, which doesn't apparently factor into the length of the train. Alright then. We're gonna go to the customs house and empty out that iron ore. That means we're gonna get the very long train for the other one. Are we? I don't know. Let's see. The tender cannot carry resources, which makes sense. I like to have construction waste and metal scrap in the first 2 train cars. And then just reset the other ones, which are probably going to be close to the end. Yep. Okay. And go to the customs house. I need another loan soon. Yep, for sure. Just to be safe, like. Let's take care of our loans a bit. I'm gonna redo all of them that are below 1.7 million. But those steam engines are getting expensive. Alright. It's coaling up. Coal consumption is going to be much higher. And the other iron train, where's that one? Here. Finish loading and then you're going to make your way to the depot and I guess we're going to buy another one. For another loan. Are we going to stick with the BBR? I guess so. Sure. Looks nice. And another loan, because why not? Still not as much work being done here as I thought there would be. There's not that many workers at the iron mine. Which I think is because of the clothing factory getting more workers. And also the rail construction office now taking 20 workers. But that's not that many. It does add up a bit though. Alright, we are fully loaded. Make your way to the depot and I'll hook you up to a new train engine. We spent a bit of money the last 2 months. 1.6 million of those were currently a bit of a waste, but once the transportation here is a little bit more efficient, then we can run more passenger trains. I guess in that case, if I want to have passengers run through here, I should also upgrade the engine of this thing, because the gravel train would cause the same traffic problems. I can hook that up to one of the newly bought Prussian trains. Yeah, that one gets up to top speed fairly quickly. It's already at 70. And it wants to go faster, but it can't. Awesome. That's going to be helpful once we start bringing stuff over to Sovskoy iron mine, steel mill. Certainly. You're going to make your way to the depot. Yep. Also will reduce the amount of like blocking on the junctions, because the vehicles are gonna be faster. Two wagons should be left over. Yep. I'm gonna bring both of these to the customs house to unload. And you will be changing your configuration of train cars once more. Construction waste, metal scrap, and then reset the other ones at the end. Okay. Oh crap. Well, I can assign you to the other route. This one. Forgot to copy the actual route, but it's not that many stops, so it's fine. You have to go to the customs house first. And refuel. You are going to get a new engine. Can also go to the customs house first. You can unload these wagons plus the other train cars that will arrive here once the other train has exported the materials. And then we've put all but one of the trains to good use, I guess. They take a while to coal up. That's also causing a few traffic shenanigans. We're at 440 meters. Okay, yeah. Alright, hook these up here, and I guess this train can also go away. Have to attach those as a wagon, I think, so they get unloaded. Oh wait, that hooked up everything. That's kind of cool. Does that work? Like, am I doing the whole dragging and dropping pointlessly? Like, if I do this? No, it only attaches one. Never mind. I thought it would attach all of them, but I guess for the trains it works. Well, unload and sell these. I guess we don't have to sell them right now. Just leave them here in storage for now. It's fine. New railway line off the main for refueling. The refueling is going to be done at the coal mine, because they're not going to go to the customs house anymore. So we have a coaling station up here that will take that over. Decent number of workers. Still gonna take a while, but we are making progress. Also, steel mill just requiring some more mechanical components, and then that is done too. Are we bringing more workers to the bus stop? We're only unloading them. There's no transfer unload here. And anyone who doesn't find a workplace goes back to the bus platform next to the steel mill. So this will not run too full on workers, although the coal mine has plenty of room. Give me a notification when the prison is fully constructed. Why is concrete waiting there? Missing cement. I guess we've been building a lot recently, and the cement deliveries are on their way. Were they? I just saw a bunch of concrete trucks. One cement truck. Two cement trucks, okay. Lots of cement being used, I guess. Yeah, we could have a cement plant nearby that has an unloading station for gravel and, or like a production nearby for gravel and an unloading station for coal. And we could have a small train waiting until unloaded for coal at the cement plant and just bringing coal from there all the time. That's what we would use that for. This is construction waste. We will need a train that waits until loaded for construction waste too. Or use the rail distribution office. That was the other plan. If possible, the industrial trains would probably run around the outside loop to avoid the train station, this junction. I don't know. The only industrial train that we'll need to run through here is the grain train, because it's the only able to hook up from that side, I guess. Res. Res. There should be more than one covered hull truck heading here, should there not? Not sure why the delivery of mechanical components takes that long. But it will finish with the next vehicle. And they just have to build it up and the production facilities then are in place. Just waiting on the train tracks. Maybe end of the year, tunnels are done. Probably faster. It's fairly close to the rail construction office and it's not getting delayed too much. With an EDK it would certainly go a lot faster. Looks like that track is also almost built, 5 work days. And then we have a rail connection out towards the steel mill for the iron trains. At least on that side. And it's also not going to go over the road anymore. It's avoiding that. Fuel price at 3,300. Judging by the food price, I guess the fuel price is fairly cheap, but also kind of still expensive in US dollars. So that could be like the oil exports to the US side and fuel imports on eastern side might make the most sense. Could also scrap all of these. Sure. Our rail network is mostly using faster trains these days. If we're avoiding passenger traffic, then we can use slower trains, I guess. Road cargo station would speed that up. If we move this road over, get the waste storage and the construction office out of the way and put a road cargo station here instead, loading speed would be a lot faster, but it's also spreading out the vehicles. Like, the loading speed is not the main issue. It's just like putting the traffic into an order anyway. They will have to organize themselves with that. They can't drive to the construction site in parallel anyway. So we'll use that slower loading, fuel loading base as a sort of like line spacing in that regard. Pollution filter prototype, please. So few professors here, Jesus Christ. 16% highly educated, walking distance to a lot of buildings, but the amount of professors is unacceptable. I guess I turned off all the highly educated houses that were supposed to save up highly educated workers to then work in the building. I don't need that many. It should be a smaller building, really. Okay, I'll switch this one over. Oh, we built the new one. I don't know what the heating looks like. Let's finish the prison first and see what the heating situation will look like after. It's only 8 cubic meters. But any additional load on the heating situation is something to be concerned about. Steel mill is up. Don't have any iron yet, so no workers will be necessary. Apparently it only uses 0.8 megawatts, so the direct power connection for this thing, I don't know why it's there. Maximum wattage 800 kilowatts. No idea. Maybe for convenience's sake. So you only need a water tank, a sewage tank, and a waste storage, but you don't need a power line, I guess. Maybe the internal water tank is also very large. Maybe it doesn't even need a water and a sewage tank. But you don't have a water or sewage connection to that building, so you kinda still do. Once we start making our own steel and the rail line is hooked up, I guess at that point we can build up more processing plants because we'll be using our own steel to build them up. I should be using my own bricks, shouldn't I? Just sitting here wasting. $1,300 days. If they could already send like another rail construction vehicle right now, we could double the build speed with the resource deliveries. Like as soon as one rail construction vehicle finishes building the current task, it should already be able to send out another one. would make the the smaller, slower builders more efficient, because you could just have a lot of them, and then they can chain themselves for the resource deliveries to the construction site. But maybe there's some shenanigans with the way how they assign themselves the travel path that doesn't work that well. Yeah, maybe our other prison already like creates more crime than it solves. Criminality is not really handled anymore for the lack of wardens and the capacity. So that new prison was a good shout. Even if it was intended for me to build a modern prison, but no. A new prison will help. I guess I'll be using the footpath, at least for some of them. Only prison buses? I'm thinking maybe 4? Maybe another loan. As a treat. Thank you. Yep, money, indeed. Food and meat and clothing. Lots of workers here. And I guess we could relocate some of the other prisoners over. To balance it. Now criminality is being handled correctly again. They seem to have lower loyalty inside Buku because people are more significantly affected by a loyalty drop over here, and sometimes it's even increasing their religion sympathy. So something speaking in favor of maybe getting the secret police to try and organize our loyalty situation. I don't think without a secret police we're gonna make that work. Well, those are gonna be fun, like, exercise rooms, I guess. I don't think they're solitary confinement, but Not that great. Fabric deliveries seem to be keeping up now. Should mean that we get more money from clothing exports. Can't wait to switch over the aggregate construction waste storage to local. Then the technical services will be a lot more efficient. They're not overloaded yet, but the production is also not running at full volume. Not that I think it will run at full volume for a while. Unless we really want to export steel. I guess we could consider that via distribution office. That might be the last research point, wouldn't it? Just railway distribution offices. Last research point for now. Let's go. It's only 1,000 work days. Scrapping seems to be keeping up. Everything's still pure. Everything's still in order. Unfortunately, I hooked these ones up with a road already, which is going to make it impossible to build another waste storage close. So we'll probably have to tear up this and this road to make those expansions if they become necessary, but I think 9 storages seem to be working alright. I wonder if it is if it would make sense to have a rail construction office right here supplied with workers to just get that tunnel construction hammered in really, really quickly, minimize the travel distances. Because it would be able to just like move in and out of the construction right away. Resource delivery by, I don't know, distribution office. Build the tunnel and then demolish this thing again. Maybe for future tunnels. It could have probably made a huge difference. All of that travel distance from the rail construction office to this point would go away. Where are they? They're traveling right now. Oh, they're traveling. Right, they have to travel all the way around the outside. Okay, let's do that. I think as an attempt. I think that's not going to finish in time, but nope, game did not like that. I don't know why. But yeah, we'll set that up, I think. Because they have to travel around back the outside loop. I don't know, it feels like way overkill. Oh, it was on the autosave. Are the exports on a steady increase? I haven't done any increase on exports. So presumably not. Except for maybe the monetary value. Water, sewage, electricity, don't need anything else. Get that built. And you will have to prioritize the entrance. This one. So we can bring the construction trains in here. Last year? Oh, let's go by month. Last month. Exports were 1.35. Last year it was at 1 million, 1.1, so it's hovering around the same. Clothing went up again, but the iron 400,000. 400,000, 370,000, 420,000. The iron price is just jumping around, but it's staying about the same with the inflation, meaning that, yeah, we're getting less money for things. So switching over to steel is probably a good idea. This is such an overkill. Building a building to speed up the construction of tunnels. I think it makes sense though. I think this would help a lot. You know what? No. Go back. Build this track. I want this to be built, and maybe this one, so we can send trains to the tunnel construction right away. Build the other track. Our construction office isn't that difficult to build. Needs a lot of resources, but once you have them already, or if you have enough time, setting up those for tunnel construction definitely seems to be worth it. Now might be a bit late, but it still needs 300 tons of bricks, and the rail construction itself will take a while up the tunnel. Plus all the area up in the location of the steel mill itself. So this will hopefully like help with that. Make things a little bit faster. Now we're starting to build buildings to make infrastructure construction faster. I kind of like that idea. This will not handle any scrapping, and at some point it's just going to be demolished. Scrapping as in this will not demolish anything. We still have our proper rail construction office for that. But yeah, the construction trains can make their way over here to build. Tunnel boring machine can stay as soon as the building is up. Until then, I guess they can keep building the tunnel, sure. It'll take a little bit to build the train track. I'm tempted to set up a small heating plant in here with one worker and coal deliveries to it. It's just so I can fill everything up with housing. I haven't run a heating plant like that in an urban environment in a while. And there's no multiple heating plants here. Like having a single heating plant in the center of the city to help with like going through winter might actually work quite well. This one is all covered by the other heating plant already. So having a heating plant in our storage area would cover pretty much everything of the city, bar whatever's down here. Yeah, I don't think the building construction is going to take too long. A little bit concerned about a fire. We also need a footpath leading into here, so workers can walk there. Only reaching one house. That should still be fine. It's going to share the workers with the heating plant, I guess. Not even range to the train station. But anyone unloaded by the bus stop here can also make its way up to the rail construction office. So for that reason, I guess the footpath will just be a square one. Sure. Alright, get the rail construction office built. Thankfully we're building this thing, like, not during winter, otherwise the gravel road would be very slow. And hopefully it doesn't burn down. Probably 2 more construction tasks and the track is done, and by that point the rail construction office might also be close to completion. Curious that the gravel deliveries are late. I thought they would have loaded faster. Oh, they're delayed by an excavator. Got it. No waste storage. That's fine. Need some asphalt, so we can start building. I will probably use this in the future. I mean, if we have a settlement where a tunnel gets built. If this would have to be in like in the middle of nowhere with no settlement nearby, it might be worth setting up a temporary settlement so workers can walk into a rail construction office to build a tunnel. Just a bit more concrete for deliveries, and then all the construction materials for the building itself should be done quickly. Why are you going over there? We're trying to turn around because the signals have now been placed in a new and interesting way that intrigue you to find new ways to turn around on the junction. Oh, there you go. One, maybe two more construction tasks to finish that piece of track. If it looks like we still have enough heating, I'll probably build this house and consider building more. Like, we could definitely have a building on this side of... Ah, that would have been nice if that fit. We could make it work if I demolish this footpath temporarily, place the house and then build the footpath again. Then we could have a house here. Rail distribution office is done. We can disable the workers in the party HQ. I'm not sure where to... I wanted to see what the rail distribution office looks like, but I'm not sure where we would build it. That looks thinner. Oh boy. The rail distribution office could be built here. Right on the entrance. That would be neat. Yeah, why not? Just place it here. Passenger footpath. I don't know. Could move that. The distribution office would handle exports of steel and maybe bricks. And later on could also handle the distribution of coal to certain storages. Coal would be delivered here by the existing distribution offices, and water, well, like always, just a water well with a pipe. because this whole setup is a loop, it can get to any of these from either direction. Looks like the track construction is done. Now we're just welding on the rail construction office itself to finish. It's not urgent, but it's planned. And then I guess water production here somewhere. Water tower. Short water pipe. I don't have a distribution office for construction materials. Since it's a temporary setup, we can use temporary distribution offices for that. What do we need? Bricks. Lots and lots of bricks. We should use our own bricks. Distribution from up here instead. I know the steel isn't there yet, but we can flip that over as well. Once we're making it. Although at that point I guess the rail connection is in place and we won't need it anymore. Steel export will be nice, bit of income. Where we make the coal and iron ourselves. All the iron export's gonna go away, but the steel export should be more valuable. If we can keep up, of course. If not, then the iron trains will not wait until unloaded here, but make their way to the customs house with whatever iron ore they have left. Which could be the default for the route. But it is set up for them to wait until unloaded here, the 2 iron ore trains. And exporting steel will just take a shorter train. All resources present on the rail construction office. Doesn't have any water. We'll get a dedicated water truck for refueling the trains. No water pipe, water pump setup. Can we load directly from a well? So we don't need to use purified water. Dirty water is fine. Bring coal. Make your way in here. And gravel. Aggregate national. We can load gravel here and put it into the rail construction office. And I guess we could have also done coal, but we focus on gravel for now. Hello, Project 7. Welcome. You're witnessing the construction of a temporary rail construction office to speed up the building of the tunnels. I figured this rail construction office is too far away for the small vehicles, so I'm trying something a little bit different. I hope that the travel speed will mean that everything will go a lot faster, back and forth. That's the idea. We will see. I don't know if you were here when I asked it yesterday, but do you already have a plan for who will decide what you're going to do next on Workers and Resources? Or have you maybe considered, I don't know, like a captain of industry as an intermediate break, maybe? I think you really would like captain of industry a lot. Well, now we just need to wait for the resources to arrive. And we're supplying the trains with a water truck, because why not? Not setting up a water well for this. Bricks, steel, boards, and prefab panels are all necessary. So yeah, get delivering. Currently bricks, steel and boards are needed for the tunnel. We probably can have another house here with a footpath connection. That shouldn't be an issue. Let's see if the trucks will keep up with resource deliveries. Definitely have enough workers to make it nice and quick. This one will have no workers because there's no train set in there that will require any workers. Just waiting on the first few truck deliveries to start bringing resources here. We'll have 6 trucks handle that. Is there enough labor at the construction and things will be completed in no time? With this, yes, that's the plan. On the other side, the construction trains always had to run all the way around the lake to get back to the rail construction office, and that was just taking too much time. Okay, now we just need some boards. And then keep up the deliveries, I guess. Water has also been brought. We don't need that much, I don't think. If water becomes the issue, then I don't know. That would be slightly annoying, but what can you do? Bricks out. It's gonna be slow in winter because I just put on a temporary gravel road. Well, we'll see how much they can deliver until October. Damn slow chat, had to wait 2 minutes. I'm not sure, maybe I restart Siberia and start St. Bernard. Captain of Industries is on the list, but at the moment I'm more hyped for workers and resources. Okay. Restarting Siberia on St. Bernard. What is St. Bernard? I don't know. Oh, start St. Bernard. It's a different one. Okay. I don't know that one. Seems like the truck deliveries of bricks is what's going to be too slow here. I'm really struggling to keep up. It's not that far. Come on, guys. Bringing still steel and prefab panels and boards, but not enough bricks. I guess as the other resources will fill up more and more of the distribution office vehicles, will assign themselves to brick deliveries as well. It's a challenge map where you start on a small island and have to move to the big one without land connections, so no tunnels, bridges or cables. Ah, okay, the helicopter map. Right. None of the trucks are moving in 90 kilometers, Daz. Have patience. No patience. We built this because we didn't have patience. We wanted things to be faster. Yeah, I think the brick deliveries will start picking up. Now that steel and prefab panels and boards are looking good. Amount is 50%. The trains are waiting for the resources now, so that's good. I don't want to get more vehicles, I think, than I have to. Overspending on vehicles is what we did with the purchase of new train engines. Oh my god, the waste storage in here is a small one. I don't care, it's fine. How many trucks are delivering here right now? It should be 6. There's only 3 delivering. We need to up the amount I think, yeah, some of them are waiting. Up the amount. Come on, let's go. 80%. Keep bringing stuff over there, preferably the bricks, but I guess you're deciding to do other things right now. Thought the rail construction only have small garbage? Yeah, they only have small. The large rail construction office has a large internal storage for the waste from demolition, but also still a small waste storage for its workers. How many bricks are you going to pick up on a construction task? We have 15 tons right now. All of it. Okay. Definitely need more bricks. Can still connect the waste storage, and this way you can also sort it. Can't do that with the big one. True. I thought you could connect one with a factory connection, but honestly, I'm running this through waste separation anyway. Do I have anyone who picks up the waste from here? You. Rail construction office. Also mixed waste. Why are you bringing that? Containers. You're loading from here. Yeah, put it all into the container mix stand over on that side. And load the mixed waste from the rail construction office as well. And then it goes through waste separation. Almost done with pollution filters. Last research. Can I sort of waste storage in the incinerator before waste separation education tech? No. Incinerators are not production buildings, they do not sort. Only buildings that produce resources sort. Buildings that just merely handle waste, as in change mixed waste to a different type of mixed waste or burn hazardous waste to mixed waste, cannot sort. More bricks. 6 vehicles, or like close to 6 vehicles should be delivering here. Excellent. More resources. The resource delivery is what's slow, but buying more trucks right now would be a pain. Just like a waste. I don't think I have another distribution office that could help with this. Distribution offices. I don't have an open hull one. I have a utility one, but aggregates, these two are the free ones that I just placed. What are you? One that is being built and unnamed. Oh, right. Dio, goods, rural. And your urban. You can sort the trash from production, but not the waste from the workers. Thank you for the follow, an anonymous Rosemary. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. So clothing factory cannot sort the waste that the workers produce in the small bin? Not the waste from the workers, only the waste from the industrial part, yeah. Unless you have the research. So I don't have waste sorting by citizens researched. So waste storage is in here. Do not separate out the waste. I do not have edification about waste separation researched, so they don't care about that. But I can still sort based on like hazardous waste for the clinic, because that's its own waste type. And waste from other production facilities like mines I can sort, because that's industrial waste. So construction waste and metal scrap can get filtered out. So yes, like Project 7 said, waste from production can be filtered, waste from citizens only after you have the tech. You would need a waste separation plant for that. Waste sorting. I don't know if this is speeding things up. If we had enough brick deliveries, it sure would, but right now it feels still slow, because the brick deliveries aren't keeping up. $20 tons. How much per train? 25 tons. 15 tons, it looks like? Single water truck keeps up with the water deliveries for the refueling. Thought tunnels needed more prefabs? No, they're mainly bricks. The prefabs are only needed for the track construction through the tunnel. Still amazed that all of this fit into that into the hole here, the valley. All still clean. Hello, Hank. Welcome. So it looks like 2 trucks are worth 1 rail construction vehicle trip. Meaning we now have enough bricks to deliver resources for a truck. Do you play with any mods? I do not have any mods, no. This is early start DLC, biomes DLC map. And that's it. I only have workshop maps. Some of them have a mod that is needed because the maps are way larger than what normal maps are. But I haven't played them yet. They come with preset infrastructure and they're so freaking huge. I don't know. Seem kind of scary. Mods. Looks like the distribution is slowly catching up. I mean, once the tunnel is done and they build like tracks out here, resource deliveries are going to be a lot better because they will only need gravel boards and steel, mostly gravel. But for the tunnel construction, you'll need so many bricks. Could also remove the rail distribution office and have a road connection right across here, which would cut all of this way out of the equation. But then I would have to separate the footpath to my heating plant, and well, heating is kind of not to be messed with. At least the brick making building doesn't require clay deposits. Yeah, they just make it out of coal. As another input. This game could be a lot, and I mean like a lot more complex if they really do every tiny bit of resource. I think they concentrated on putting the most important resources in, and that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, as one of the tunnels finishes, I guess then the resource distribution will even itself out. We'll just have to be patient. Still a lot of base resource extraction and combining, yeah. But there's not that many like one-purpose resources that don't like interact with anything else. It's like a lot of overlap. You have all the core resources that overlap with each other. And feedback into other production chains. So construction waste is a single purpose resource that goes either into export or gravel, but gravel feeds back into construction work. Or production if you want. So you could have a gravel processing plant next to a chemical plant, for example. Time to add nails, screws, clay, etc. Yeah, adding nails and like rivets and stuff like that would be... oof. Like imagine vehicle repairs tracking the individual amount of like screws and rivets you need for each vehicle. Ah, that was a good drink. It's getting warm in Europe and Germany, but I'm not too bad with it yet. Once we go over 32 degrees, then it's gonna get really annoying. And also when this building here heats up, it's not fun. Warm, crying in 14 degrees. 14 degrees would probably be my preferred temperature. I like colder temperatures more than warm temperatures. Like when you want to stop having cold temperature, you can usually do something more easily about it than if you have a warm temperature. Because when it's warm, then it's usually warm everywhere. And that's not fun. I still don't know why they had like a larger health drop. Health is recovered again, so guess we'll keep monitoring it. And yes, it's 27 degrees here right now, outside. Not in the room yet, thankfully. Maybe the oil well is also producing a bunch of pollution. Well, we won't have the research point for pollution monitoring stations because I decided to get a rail distribution office to handle exports and coal distribution. What another research point? Maybe we can get that at some point. Shouldn't we have 13 points? Wait, we had 7 plus 6 free ones. Should be 13. Let's see what the temperature looks like after the... well, this thing will draw heat directly from the heating plant, so it's more efficient than taking from a heat exchanger, but it is still taking from the heating capacity. I don't want to be over 70% in the heating plant, and we can only see how much we have right now once it gets colder, I guess. We're already touching 60% occasionally. It's putting it kind of like dangerously close. Maybe I should build up that small heating plant as an emergency. Be pretty close to these houses. The other option is to have them on the border again, on the edges, but I'm going to try a single heating plant in the center, reaching most of the buildings at one worker. We'll see how it does. $200 workdays for the left tunnel. 245 workdays for the right tunnel, and then they can get onto track building, where they will use steel, prefab panels, and gravel. And that will be fine, because we already have that piled up here. And then I guess the brick deliveries can cease. Because that's the last bricks we're gonna need. Just 150 tons of bricks left. And once the iron trains get here, steel mill can start working, and then we will build more coal ore processing plants to match our 96% quality coal source. And also consider maybe bringing a few more workers this way. By maybe reducing the amount of workers in the food factory and distillery. Mainly the food factory, and stopping to export food. Because that's like our national supply. Customs house, no unloading food, alcohol. Clothing you can do. It's done by the trucks, so... Yeah, sure, you can export clothing. And you're not exporting anything. So no more food and alcohol exports. Means we need a lot fewer workers in here, I think. And the rest can make their way over to the other cableway station instead for steel production, which is going to be a better, more efficient resource to export. If we're not exporting any food or alcohol, then we're also not driving down the crop price, I guess, but can't have both. I mean, we can, but I don't have enough workers right now. Yeah, this yard we could have also built with a rail construction office, but only with the tiny rail construction vehicles, and bringing the resources in here, I don't know. I mean, we have bricks, but we don't need bricks for the rail construction itself. In the future we can just bring boards and steel to a new area, our homemade rail construction materials, and just build whatever we want. The rail construction office itself needs no prefab panels. The only resource we have to import for this currently is cement and bitumen. If all of the other production facilities become part of the Republic. Cement we can definitely make, and bitumen would hinge on an oil refinery. Tunnel construction finishes until the snowfall, then yeah, we're in good shape. And we'll probably finish the tunnel tracks until the end of the year and hook up most of it. Initial supply of bricks was a bit slow, but now it's looking good. But yeah, the supplies will also slow down. Prison buses probably have arrived by now. Like I said, we're going to send them to the heating plant first, then the power plant, then the mine. So from this prison, heating plant, power plant, and then mine probably always has a room. And once they're done and they don't have any workers, they'll turn around and go back to the prison at that point anyway. Line spacing might be a bit inefficient for that, but they'll only slow down to 30 kilometers an hour, which is not too bad when the maximum speed we're planning for is 40. 58 work days, 75 on the other side, and 17 tons and 25 tons, 42 tons of bricks. I guess we'll stop the distribution of bricks for now. It's probably enough incoming. Eight plus 22 is 30. Yeah, we got enough. Last construction phase, I presume, on the laying brick phase for the tunnel, and then train track can be built, which will start taking longer and longer the further in we get into the tunnel. Well done. 6.4 tons of bricks. We got that. Now focus on the rest. Now it would make sense to relocate the distribution offices closer to the other storage, because we only need board, steel, and prefab panels. And we can move the bricks out of the rail construction office again if we want to. Could have been a little bit more optimized by having 2 train tracks, I guess, but I didn't want to have too much overhead here. But yeah, the single train track prevents the other train from moving out right now, so this could be even faster. Three prisoners working in here. And 7 in the iron mine. Not bad. Tunneling phase and bricklaying phase for the tunnels is done, and they're now building the train tracks. And yeah, the further along they get, the longer it'll take traveling back and forth, but still a lot faster than the other rail construction office, I think. I'm gonna try and optimize the rail construction vehicles a little bit by helping this one get back faster. Does that even help? I don't know, it probably would clump up again anyway. Okay, well, tunnel construction is ongoing. Temperature's dropping, we're in October. We have to make sure heating is fine with the new prison. Consider building another house, maybe. The heating plant over here is almost done. It kind of needs a footpath so workers can actually get here. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. One worker in the small heating plant running at 0 degrees or colder. Trying to alleviate the heating. I mean, in the beginning we would have to have it turned off as an emergency, basically. As we extend our city and we realize, oh, now it's a little bit too much, we could start turning this on and then make like adjustments and maybe figure out if we set up the second heating plant up here next to the food factory to bring in heating from an alternate direction and balance the heating between the two heating plants. Loyalty up to 34%, so the large monument seems to have an effect, which is going to bring up our average productivity. A little bit. As long as we don't have any crises, productivity could rise to new heights of maybe going over 71% and up. That would be nice. I guess we'll build the rail distribution office. I'll need a water setup. Coal delivery by truck. And that's it. It's got power. We'll have to make sure it works without any fuel inside it. But otherwise, that should be good enough. I could bring another rail construction vehicle over here to build these two tracks each side already from the other rail construction building. Maybe not a bad idea. Don't need to build tracks on Bugudonsk anymore. That one is done. Should be able to build them and turn around, I think. Maybe that signal is a bit close. But I have moved the shorter track builder, so it might be fine. This one will probably get stuck. We'll see. I'm monitoring this anyway. We're at 20 degrees negative. Temperature is dropping in certain areas, but that's okay for now. That's how it was before. Okay, maybe a few less workers in the rail construction office, making sure that the heating plant stays fully supplied. The buses should do that, but a little bit of a concern. We're at almost 70% here. If I would do reconstruction right now, productivity would drop down to 70, I think. Yeah, the heating plant is in place. I'll make it work at 15 degrees too. They can keep it charged, it's only a single worker. But no worker right now. Hello, some guy in bed. Welcome. A prison complex next to the clothing factories could also work, but yeah, just we'll run the mines with them. How's the tunneling going? 271 days, 288 days. Acceptable. If one might say even like good. Hello, Zondluners. Welcome. So heating capacity wise on the heating plant seems to still be okay. It's not minus 40 yet. We're ticking, okay, sometimes I mean, if we don't leave any buffer and it goes into reconstruction, and I think this is like the most we can like afford. I have to check the heating situation. We'll probably start building up more housing, but then start also running the small heating plant, I think. And seeing what the pollution will say to the life expectancy of the people living here. They do have a clinic that'll take care of their health. More highly educated people are supposed to move in here soon. We are working on things. Alright, let's build this house. This will hold highly educated people to work in the hospital and the university. And pollution filters will also be researched soon, so that one is slow because we don't have that many professors here right now. Only when they arrive by train, basically. Where are you going? That one, huh? That one should be low priority. And you should focus on the other ones nearby. The other 4. What city size can an early start shopping center handle? That depends on the productivity of your people. Usually, you have like, I don't know. Let's see, Money das. Danke. Usually, let's see, we have a grocer here. And that has about 10 to 15 shoppers at a time. The settlement itself only has 500. And if you use a shopping center instead of a grocer, then you also have to factor in the people who want to buy clothing going to the same store. So I would say 15 out of 500. 10% would be 50. Like if you plan for 5% of your citizens, I guess it should be safe. I'm not sure about the worker count, how many flats we have here, but if we're planning for 5% of the city's capacity, which would be around 30 people, that is like safe. Right now it's 15, 20, plus the people going to the clothing store, which is around 25. And then, yeah, I guess that's how you can plan it. The ratio of free flats to citizens, I'm not quite sure. I would have to go through all of these and calculate. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120 for the low quality flats. That's another 100. 220. 260. 200 to 300. 380. 400. 440-ish people, workers. 430, 440. 5% of that would be 22. So maybe if you calculate with 5% of your worker count going for shopping, which wouldn't include any buffer, so a little bit more than that, but yeah, like 5% I would say. Minus 30 degrees. Getting a bit cold, but still okay. This kindergarten is always going to be the one most troubled, but it's still at 14.4 degrees. And yeah, these buildings here right next to the heating plant are absolutely fine because there's no efficiency loss whatsoever. So that's what I'm thinking about that one worker in this one heating plant. Let's throw him in. Let's see what it looks like when he starts working. And see this improve, and then see our health drop. Currently 90% health, 76 years of life expectancy. Let's see that drop a bit. Shouldn't be too bad. One worker should not have too much of an impact on that. And it's going to be like a benefit to a lot of houses here. It's going to stabilize that. Look at that. Kindergarten at like 16 degrees already. That's like perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be any more than that. If we can hold it here, absolutely okay. Now it's a question of pollution, but with the pollution reduction filters, a single worker making a little bit of temperature here every now and then, we'll see. We'll see what impact it will have. I'm going to try the somewhat central heating plant now to help keep us expanding the city. Maybe we can get up to 10,000 citizens that way. Our factories would surely benefit from more workers going to the cableway station. Especially the steel mill will need a lot of workers, and the other alternative is have a city somewhere else that carries people here by train, which is going to happen regardless. So it's slowly heating up, it's fighting against the extreme cold. But all of the heat from this plant is delivered very efficiently to all the buildings. Yeah, that's minus 30 and they're at 16 degrees now, so they gained like 2 degrees. Majority of heating is still delivered by the large heating plant via heat exchangers. But then some auxiliary heat. And it's not draining, which is good. A single worker is filling up the heat. Health even went up by 1%, so we're now at 91% health. 76 years of life expectancy still. I guess we can leave this running. If we add another small heating plant, it would have to be much further away. I don't know. I guess it's like the size of the city that we can get with this. Minus 38, and we're at 15 degrees inside the kindergarten. Definitely helps. And this one here, which is very far away from the heat exchangers, just fluctuating like crazy. How the heat water tank like bounces up and down. It's not in range of the... or it is in range of the small heating plant, so it will also benefit off of that. Yeah, seems fine. Seems like a good addition. We'll have to keep monitoring the health a little bit. The increased heating should also maybe drive up health in general a little bit. We're at 88%. I'm not sure if I want to make that change for Burgundons though. Like, if I put another small heating plant in the city. Where would that be? This one doesn't have the same issues because it's not close to capacity. But the lower part is not as well heated. I mean, I could relocate the party HQ, slap a small heating plant down here, and then watch the directly adjacent houses suffer. It would have to be in a location that has some room. Like maybe down here, just next to the end station. Still quite close to some houses. We had it here previously, but there was a university giving us a gap to other houses. Either that or out here. Somewhere, I don't know. Next to the prison. I don't know. I don't think that settlement needs it right now. Okay, it's a full heat water tank during the coldest part of the year. It seems to be holding fine. Minus 30 and the houses are now at 17 degrees instead of 14, 15. This is a little bit far away, but that's still fine. So yeah, more houses here are definitely a possibility. But of course that also increases the risk factor. But a couple more houses should be nice, because if we're getting 200 people per house, we can probably run the steel mill that way. Those extra workers will go to the cableway station. And I guess technically also the iron mine. The new house we're building is highly educated people, so those specifically would only go to these buildings if all the local facilities are filled with highly educated workers. Okay, that small heating plant inside the city is running well without a pollution filter. I gave them vitamins. The Republic is looking good. I agree. Thank you, Dragos Prime. This city in particular I really like, how it developed. It got built piece by piece and was like a bit of a mess to set up, but developed quite nicely. Can't wait for the iron delivery to the steel mill. It's gonna be a little bit further, but we're not producing full capacity iron anyway. I want to click on one of these clinics at some point. Oh, temperature too low. It's at 13 degrees. I guess we could run it with 2 workers, but it's fine. right? It's like barely below 13 degrees. It should be working right now. Hasn't gotten a worker yet. I guess the cableway station doesn't have the heating plant as a priority, so it gets workers whenever. 1, 5, 10, 10, 5, 5, 1. Zero, 10, 10, 5, 5, 1. Now there should always be a worker heading here, keeping the temperature up. It should have no issues keeping the heating going. Let's make sure the same is working on the iron mine. Here the cableway station is already assigned to the heating plant, so that's fine. I'll always have enough workers. I do wonder if workers can have health emergencies in industrial zones. Like I said, prisons can. I had wounded prisoners being carried to a clinic in an industrial plant because I had a prison in one. But I don't know about regular workers. But they'll have a health station here. Looks like we're almost done with the tunnel construction through, 120 work days each. The tracks towards the distribution office are also being built. They're all assigned. No train has gotten stuck here yet, so that's good. Can you load bricks from here and drop them into any of these storages? Just empty out basically the brick storage of this building. And don't distribute any more bricks here. Maybe 5 more construction tasks and we're through the tunnel. Then I'll have to switch to wooden tied tracks. And I guess at that point we can empty out the prefab panels from the rail construction office. And then they just have to build everything up here, which isn't that much. I do believe we might put a settlement in this area. Because then we can put some workers here for another rail construction office. And also we need like a place to keep flattening stuff. And the road also has to be developed because, well, can't really transport everything by rail. if the building to transport the construction materials hasn't been built yet. I think if I build another city like this, it would start as a small village first. One that just can sustain itself. And then it would get a resource storage. A rail construction office would build towards it. A train station for passengers that can work in the rail construction office. And so on. Prime space for a harbor too. So, yeah. Good evening to #1 airfield builder on Twitch. Hello, Super Dinner. I know Project 7 is in the stream, and he's your favorite airfield builder, but we don't have to rub it in. Almost all resources here for the distribution office. I guess I'll name it Sovskoy. There we go. If we have multiple distribution offices. This one would handle steel export, probably brick export, and some things like that. We could switch over citizen goods distribution, construction materials distribution by distribution office instead. We'll have to see. Definitely a possibility. The construction material train is definitely not a large train. That one would be a lot more flexible. Only delivering resources that actually need to be delivered. $64 and 57 work days. Yeah, track material deliveries are not that difficult. Also, train takes a lot more time traveling back and forth now. But we're almost at the top. Almost. I hear an ambulance. Or was that a fire truck? Oh no, it was a police car. Right. Someone at the power plant platform considering doing crime. Unacceptable. Alright, once the construction of the RDO is done, more workers will also go back to the industrial area. We've used a lot of workers from the train station for that purpose. Nice. I guess this is where the vehicles arrive. Sure. So many sirens. Minus 40 degrees. Temperature looks good. Health 90%. 75 years. Looks good. I think that's an appropriate way to handle things. The smaller buildings fluctuate with the temperature a little bit more, but as long as we're over 13 degrees, and which we are by 1 to 2 degrees right now, we're okay. Health did go down by a single %, but probably mainly because of pollution. And that tech should finish hopefully soon. That's a long-term research. I guess the first train we could send in would be the train for construction materials. I wouldn't even need any more train cars. I could send in the other Prussian train. That kind of makes sense. Configuration-wise, 157 meters, minimum count of train cars. That depends on the length of the train cars. I think at least like 5. We have very short early start train cars. And the other one would be citizen goods trains. They could also be turned towards that. Yeah, we got stuck. I kind of anticipated that being a little bit too short. And these signals are now blocking each other, so the train is basically waiting for itself. Because there's no signals through the rail construction office completed yet. Tunnel is done. One tunnel has completed construction. Looking good. Second tunnel will finish too. And then I'll have to organize each themselves up here to finish the construction of the rest. And I might split up the tunnel into smaller sections for more signals after everything is done. It makes sense. If we have distribution office vehicles going up here, we could put a signal every 150 meters basically. Doesn't have to be like precise, but it would speed up the traffic through this area a lot. But then again, we also have the situation that we need to fit 450 meter train in here, that it doesn't block the junction. So realistically, we can only well, do the regular signaling basically, where we have 450 meters inside the tunnel for the train to have its place, maybe including this. I mean, this whole area up to this point does count for that space, because there's no junction that is important other than these entrance ones, and they're basically roundabout junctions where you drive in this way and then exit out this way. There's no crossing over the whole train tracks, just merging junctions basically. Okay. One more track. Now this should split up the train block, because there's a signal here. Yeah, I think the distribution office trains will be deprioritized with the chain signals. Traffic on the main line will have the priority. Almost at the coaling station. This house has been built. It's minus 35 degrees. Temperature, fine. This one's at 14.7, but yeah, still fine. It's undergoing maintenance right now. Not sure if that has any impact on heating inside the house. I don't think so. But I don't know. Lots of highly educated people now, meaning that the university should have more professors, as should the hospital. Have more doctors. And then any train delivery of workers can just go elsewhere, I guess. Okay, let's figure out where the 450 meters basically are. At some point, we might have a train going to the left here, so we should calculate from maybe these signals instead. With that block, so that I'll give it that extra space. So 450 meters ground distance would end about here. This is where we would have to make that change. And right now it's train traffic through both directions, so signals have to go in both directions. And then for the downward track we can have one, maybe two more signals, probably just one. I'm not sure if I need to worry about like trains leaving this area. I guess I should make sure that we also leave 450 meters out the other side, which would be from that point. So maybe that one signal is already in the right place, kind of. Sure, I guess that works. It's over here. I don't want another signal on that side, so that's good enough. We'll just drop another signal in here and another signal on the exiting track. There we go. Train tunnel split up with signals. Fortunately, it doesn't work for bridges. Maybe I'll move the other rail construction vehicle in here too, because there's more than 2 tracks that can be built once we reach the area up here. Once we reach the junction and have a little bit of a gap outside, we can also make the one-way routes happen properly. I guess we dipped below the required amount of wardens briefly. Not sure why. Shouldn't really be a concern of ours. But yeah, then we can run one-way train tracks up here and support more than 2 trains going up this way without blocking each other. Sovskoy, too many uninvestigated cases. Why? Not enough police officers here. I mean, more are moving in, but maybe I should designate one of the closer houses to have highly educated people in. Or build another house, now that we have the heating capacity. I did make space here to have another house. Pollution filters are now in place, which is good. Should mean that our population suffers less from the industries. I'm going to try the workaround during summer with the footpath to try and squeeze another building in on that side and see what we can place here. Might need another kindergarten. Haven't gotten a warning about too many people unable to work due to small children yet, so it's not a concern of mine just yet. Okay, we're building into the junction. The rail distribution office is hooked up correctly, which I guess for me means that you should relocate in here, because you're going to be needed soon. There will be long iron trains heading this way through that tunnel, but I don't see traffic piling up here. Oh, that's barely 450 meters between those. I guess we will just reserve that for that purpose. So no other signals here because of the long iron trains that will potentially arrive in this area. To fix the signals momentarily. I have to build like 20 meters out one track, and then we can use that as a turnaround lane. The other train might get triggered now, because we're basically attaching ourselves to a lot of tracks that can be built. Currently we have 3 assigned. I only see... oh no, I see the third one. Short section back here. Looks like a small kink. Well, I have to make sure that there's no train traffic jam. I guess the construction trains might check the full path now to the construction location. Because otherwise I would have already assumed that another construction train would have moved out and blocked one of the other trains in, because we have 3... oh, yeah, it did arrive already. So I guess they made the trains smart in that regard. It reserves the whole path to and from the construction site for itself. And they don't block each other anymore with that. Kind of cool. Too many uninvestigated cases. I did increase the amount of workers in here. I'm not sure why the crime went up. I guess it has been piling up for a while. Let's just throw as many workers at it as we can. Our prison capacity should be sufficient. Our courthouse capacity I'm unsure of. We have to maybe consider building another courthouse at some point. Right now it's fine. Crime never changes. We are trying to change it. Might be time merging some loans again. I'll just take out more loans right now. I'm not in the mood to merge loans at the moment. Maybe once we start having our income in steel exports. I'm still building a lot of stuff. Okay, that should be pretty much enough space for trains to turn around on, I think. So that would set these tracks as like one way, and then all the other signals have to be put into the correct order to allow more trains moving through here. Not on that side, that's for long iron trains leaving the area. And that should hopefully allow more rail construction vehicles to make its way up here, because they can enter and exit through that track. Although they might still consider that this track is basically blocked by the train for the whole path. I'm not sure if they'll get it done. Given the question of heating plants undergoing maintenance, Google's AI says the heating plant's efficiency is negatively impacted during maintenance. And of course, it also gives the caveat AI responses may include mistakes. Of course. You're not moving, you're not moving, you're moving. You're on the rail construction office. You're on the rail construction office. I think with that change, this setup doesn't work that well. I would have to build another rail line out, basically. I'm gonna be interested to see if they send more than one train out now. Like right now. Yeah, okay, they're doing it. Never mind. I guess just from the previous construction path they reserved themselves the route, but now it works correctly. So this will move through the block and send another train once this has passed the 450 meter signal, and then another construction train should be able to move out, as it does. Okay, we're gonna have all of our construction vehicles on the rail construction right now. That will hopefully finish everything up here faster. Was that question to my was that question specifically for workers and resources, or just like in general? I'm kind of interested what like heating plants have. I mean, I guess in real life they would be able to schedule maintenance to happen at a specific time. If you could do that in workers and resources, that would be neat. Like repair at like 30%. Don't repair from like September to May, for example. Then you could be more efficient throughout the year. Okay, this will work well. Each train will have its own track to turn around on anyway. Once we get past the signal, the other train can also move. Always use the words in the game of workers and resources at some point. Ah, okay. Got it. It's going to be a bit of a choke point, but it makes managing the train traffic here so much easier. We're working on the uninvestigated cases. It's going down. Newer cases are being handled correctly. 44% unhandled cases is pretty bad, but I do believe we have it under control now. Just not enough workers at the time, I guess. Let me just make sure real quick that prison buses still can't go to bus-in stations. Nope. What a shame. Maybe the amount of workers in the rail construction office can be reduced a bit now. Because they spend more time traveling than they spend time building the tracks. So we don't need that many workers anymore. That was really good for the initial tunnel construction, so they finished the construction real quick and travel back to get more materials. But yeah, right now, all the time traveling to the construction site, they basically just waste the workers there. We might also handle the construction waste pickup with a distribution office. What are we going to do with the construction waste from this, though? I guess we still have to send you to the customs house to unload like metal scrap and construction waste. So this whole loop is only for like good for the return track. At some point, I might research modern industry just to get the gravel recycling plant, like the construction waste recycling plant. I don't consider that like a modern industry per se, but I can see why it is behind the research to make it more interesting. Otherwise I would have probably put a plant like that in the area and just like dealt with the construction waste locally and only had to handle metal scrap. Or we could put one centrally next to the food factory. Or like the rail construction office and just use the excess gravel as a rail construction material. You should be hopefully past the signal soon. I could put another signal here, but I don't know. Yeah, the two rail construction vehicles will get to their construction sites fairly quickly. Oh, you decided to build another track. Why is that? I don't know. But that's silly. Oh, you're going to that one? Why is no one building that? Like, what the hell? Oh, you just teleported back home. What the hell? I thought you were running to this track, but apparently not. Finish, not that one. Finish this track leading up to the iron unloading. If we have a single track, we can already bring the trains here. And then the other tracks have lower priority. Are the incinerators still fine? Yes. Plenty. Basically waiting on more coal throughput. Coal could also be exported for a while. We have our dedicated storage for that. Could be a dedicated vehicle which also handles the construction waste export, I guess. Because we're only gonna make construction waste when the coal is running. We'll start dropping construction waste in the local storage as soon as the rail line is connected and we have a train here waiting until loaded. For now, also handling this with distribution offices. Yeah, that would work. Deliveries by distribution office to this train station would be quite awkward. That's the only one I'm concerned about. It would be incoming from this side. Have to switch to the other track, park here, and then go back out. Either the refueling station or the train station. So we would have to plan for being 157 meters away from the refueling station, which is about here, to let the trains in. And then they would block like the passenger traffic from the other side. Other alternative just includes a loop, where they travel all the way over here and then turn around somewhere. So a loop like this would allow them to turn around and go through this setup in the right order. It has to be somewhere behind the setup. So either in our construction area over here, rail construction, near Kugoshny, maybe behind the gravel clothing factory setup. Could be a tunnel going through here and then back out. Something like that. I mean, I like the way the citizen good trains work right now, but distribution offices would only run when they're needed. But if we have our own coal supply, then it doesn't really matter. We haven't really imported any coal for a long time. Nothing this year, nothing last year. And the year before that... is that import? Yeah. And then coal stopped importing in October 1980. I don't know what imported that small quantity of coal there. Okay, finish that and that. When that pass is done, we're gonna hook up the export train for gravel into the rail distribution office. Actually, I'll do that right now. That train over here is gonna become a rail distribution office train, which will also take care of construction waste for the Sovskoy setup. I want to see if that works. Can you even get there? You can't, right? No. We have to make you go to the depot first. Maybe export. Then depot. And then you can make your way to the distribution office. 53 years already. Plenty more to go. Time passes in this game. One more construction task and then the rail distribution office can start picking up construction waste from here, which means the local technical service may place construction waste in here now. And that will allow us to start handling a lot more production in the area. And I'll relocate one dump truck into this distribution office, which will handle the construction waste from that location. Apparently we do find metal scrap in here, so once we start dumping in more citizen goods, then yeah, that one also will have to be handled. Actually, I don't need the dump truck here. The waste trucks can handle that. Never mind. I think the dump truck didn't even work. There was something weird going on with that. False alarm, you can turn around. Go back to your distribution office for now. When there's more than 50% construction waste, pick it up and send it elsewhere. For the metal scrap, we'll still send in a dedicated truck from the distribution office with dump trucks. But that also means the other distribution office, Aggregates National, may only pick up metal scrap. I don't want a truck like driving up here very slowly and then arriving at the separation plant too late for construction waste and causing an issue. So I'll add the train cars to you. Distribution office trains will have to be fast. We'll only start running with 5 train cars at a capacity of 50. Means 250 tons. Seems reasonable. They can do a right-hand turn into the tunnel, go in, and when they come back out, do a loop counterclockwise through the roundabout around the lake and deliver to the customs house. It's going to be the first attempt to see if everything will work the way it's supposed to. And we're connected now. So rail distribution should work if we start setting it up. At 50%, it's 500 tons. As many train cars as possible to the customs house, which also includes coal exports, technically, because I can't set that yet. That is just construction waste, so they might just load whatever from here. Which I guess would be fine. Unless, of course, they just keep loading coal because it's always full. Now we're just waiting on the train track for the steel unloading, iron unloading, so we can start working on steel production. Food production is still fine. We're not exporting. If we run into any warning messages here, we'll have to increase the amount of workers in the area, but yeah, right now everything is okay. And meat production also seems to be at a good pace. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is going on? Why is this not being extinguished fast enough? Jesus Christ. What happened? I guess we need more fire trucks up here with better, like, capacity. I will have to exchange some of them to be better fire trucks in general. Have you sent your vehicle up here? Probably. I might just need another fire truck on that side. That went up way too close. What the hell? I'm glad we're maintaining at 30%. Not that it was at that place yet, but it's gaining like 20% wear and tear just from a fire. Would just be annoying to build it up again, I guess, but yeah, it's fine. Why do you not have any water? Are the water trucks too busy or something? More like the single water truck, which I guess is also bringing some water up here. Who's bringing... wait, do you even need to bring water up here? I don't think you have to. They have a dedicated water truck for that purpose. Make sure you don't bring any water up here. Oh, look at that. Rail distribution office already arriving. Exporting coal, because why not? 600 tons. 153 meters, so 2 times 6, so 12 train cars is the maximum for that cargo wagon. And of course we went here while it was on fire, so extra useful. Okay, that was kind of scary with the fire. We might get rid of the... yeah, well, let's get rid of the smaller fire truck and replace it with a better one. Up here in the industrial place, I think we can make that expense make sense. I don't think you have not enough wardens, like... stop warning me about that. You should have enough. Criminal cases in Sovskoye police station are being handled fine again. Yeah, the way back to the distribution office is a slightly longer one. We're going to the customs house with no cargo. Well, enjoy the trip, I guess. I don't know if the refueling worked. I assume it did. Hasn't taken any coal yet. It's a clean 50. So after the train returns, it might only refuel once it starts actually requiring a refuel. Don't think it refuels every time, but we'll see. We could also now pick up bricks. So the construction material train could be changed. Load boards, unload building materials, and then you go here and load steel and bricks. Then you go to the border, export whatever boards you want, and then you go back through it again. Load bricks, load boards, then unload the materials, and load here last. And yeah, it might make sense to have that as a rail distribution office. That seems quite sensible. If we move you in, would give us a decent chunk of train cars to handle the distribution of construction materials to each site. Which we will do once we start producing our own steel, I think. Can't believe the loading station almost burned down. So whenever we have enough steel or bricks here, it will currently not import any steel or bricks at the customs house because it will already be fully loaded. But once the distribution office handles that, it could also... It was supposed to handle the export. It can't really handle the distribution of resources and then make the export make sense too. It would not allow us to use the storage up here as a buffer storage, I guess. That rail construction office was worth it, I think. What are you building? That one? One workday. Glorious. Snow is melting. Do I want more houses? We still have 21-year-olds without their own flat, which would be the people with a regular education. Now that the snow is melted, I will do the footpath rework. Because we're still getting workers for the rail construction office by bus here. Let me do that. Shouldn't take too long. Just demolish the footpath, remove it. Put the building in place, place the footpath again. Should work quickly. It's going to be the closest house to the heating plant. It might get down even further with the average life expectancy, but over 70 is fine, I think. Plus it will have the best heating. I guess that was our first coal export. Last month? No? What did you export? Oh, did you run construction? What did you run? I'm confused. Export. This year. I see no coal. Oh yeah, I guess you might have just arrived back from your trip of like, where you actually didn't load anything because the loading station was on fire. That makes sense. Yes, you have enough space. There could be so many trains here loading coal for export. Another track connected. Almost at the iron. Yeah, what am I going to do with the construction waste? I guess rail distribution, right? Just bring the iron ore over, let these trains not handle any construction waste and metal scrap anymore. Just pure iron. And then the distribution office would head here every now and then to pick up construction waste whenever it goes over 30%, 50%. That would be fine. The train would have to wait on this part of the track for the other trains. Actually, it would have to wait on the main line for the other train to run this way. So maybe a passing track for incoming trains could make sense, to let them wait here outside, away from the main track, and not block the train traffic. I don't know. Kind of still makes sense that these iron trains handle the construction waste, but I'm not sure. I would have to set up more than this path right now. That train would also not move over here that frequently. Initial way, I'll try and make the distribution office handle the construction waste now. Which means no more exporting coal for you. You're handling construction waste and metal scrap. Which are directly connected to the loading station, so you should realize when it's at 50%. And these trains will now only load iron ore. Oh, iron. That's the resource train. Waiting. No, refueling. Very nice. It's 200 meters long. Did I make a mistake? No. It's long enough. Can only load bricks right now, no steel, but that'll change. And yeah, that one's also a prime candidate for distribution office train. Leaving trains should have kind of have priority, shouldn't they? Everything leaving the area kind of needs to have the right of way. So we could put signals in here to speed up the leaving of the trains, but the arrival at the junction near the main track certainly has to have the room to not have a 450-meter long train park its tail end on the main line. I mean, it would just be parked then here, I guess, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. If that long train wants to go in here, it's going to park one way or another. And we do have the room spaced out for the long trains up there, so you know what? I'm reverting my statement. We're going to optimize that for short trains. Because the long trains will always have their own parking spaces up there. And don't have to wait. And for the leaving, I guess the same is true. I'll do the same. Now we just wait for this track to be built in 3, maybe 4 construction tasks and then send the iron trains here. I would like to test if the construction waste works, which I guess the iron setup would be a more efficient way to test it, because that one will fill up faster based on productivity right now. Really need more workers here. We're running at like a third or a quarter of the capacity of the cableway station right now. There's like 3 or 4 workers entering the cableway car when there could be 12. I guess the other thing that's happening is we're getting fewer visitors to the area from Sovskoy, because a lot of them are working in the rail construction right now. I need to set up more houses and have more people. And with the new heating, I'm pretty sure we can. Oh yeah, the footpath is probably demolished by now. Make sure we don't accidentally get rid of an underground one. And now we can have a building here. No problem. Okay, we'll have a house here. Workers for anything other than higher education. They should be able to get everywhere where they need to go, including the train station. And heating should be sufficient because it's in direct range of the heating plant. Getting a little bit close, but we have pollution filters now, it's probably fine. 3 more construction tasks, I think, to get to the iron unloading. And then, in addition to that, maybe some more housing in here. Okay, built that. I'm confident that we can have these two houses as well. I haven't looked at the percentage of the heating plant recently, so it could be incorrect. Yeah, that's like 60 workers up here in the rail construction office, which makes sense, but might be also a few too many due to the travel distance, like wasting a lot of work days. But the rail construction is almost done. Just a couple more pieces. Once this track is done, I think I'll reduce the amount of workers down to half of what it currently is. And then wait until it's all done. Did we get the better fire truck? The YAG. 24 workers now. Doesn't have to be full as a fire station. As long as we constantly trickle in workers. As soon as the fire truck arrives, the workers will be locked in place and more workers should be fed in. Hopefully. I just want that these new houses, at least some of them, have the ability to send workers over here. Maybe that waste storage is something that also should go away, just for the ability to have more workers go here. Apparently that's not a thing. Well then, I guess we'll leave the waste storage where it was. Two more construction tasks. I think they do like 25 work days per work, so one more after and we'll be done. The other track is also finishing fairly quickly. Brick imports should have stopped now. I hope. Where are we still importing bricks? Something is still importing bricks. Probably the construction offices near Gugoshny, maybe. Might still be assigned to take resources from the border because it's more convenient and we've been importing ever since. Which is true, but I think we'll use our own materials now. So that is a thing of the past. Gravel, asphalt and concrete. That is aggregate loading for gravel. And then build materials. Mechanical and electronic components from here. And workers locally. To the local maintenance construction offices. Hopefully now we will stop importing bricks. Six work days. Iron trains will be wait until unloaded on the station. Unless at some point we make too much iron and then we can just send the rest to the customs house, but I think wait until unloaded is fine. One of them is heading to the customs house right now. You have plenty of time before you load it. Oh, you're the waste truck I wanted to put back into its distribution office. There you go. So no loading of other resources after, you just wait until fully loaded of iron. And then make your way here. And once the train currently heading for the customs house is done with its task, we will apply this. Not that one. Lovely. This will take a lot of electricity, but it is in range of the power plant, which will handle the load for that. Okay, we'll reduce the amount of workers now, again. And start running the steel mill. I don't know how many workers will go in here. Priority is still waste management, but some of the workers will make their way up to the steel mill. Just waiting on the first train to arrive with workers, that is. Yeah, the only throughput limitation is the amount of workers going to the iron mine. Which means let's shut off some of these like processing plants right now because they're not being used anyway. And just focus on more iron ore production. And if at some point we have like a storage full of iron ore in front of it, then we can consider turning these on again. But right now, just like better organization with the amount of workforce we currently have. Plus, it will change once the train starts running with the additional workers from the rail construction office back to the unloading station in Bugodansk. Just give it a little bit of extra time. Just gotta wait for the rail construction to finish. This whole thing will be demolished after, and will have served its purpose. Then we can go back to the regular rail construction office, which will also handle the demolition. I guess we could let the local rail construction office handle the demolition, but then I can't get the trains out. Never mind, that doesn't make any sense. So, what are you building? Why are you not assigned to these? Guess too far? There you go. I'm not going to increase the search radius, otherwise it might start building the train tracks on that side, which I definitely don't want. We don't need any prefab panels anymore, so we can empty out the office in that regard. So loading of prefab panels here. No more distribution of prefab panels to the area, but you can bring them back if you want. Same for you. And later on, steel and actually unload iron and boards only. No prefab panels. I guess I turned that off anyway because I disabled the load command for prefab panels and bricks in the other options, so the unloading is still only steel and boards even if I don't set it. Let's make sure the iron train gets where it needs to go. That's the important part. Also, I need to take out another loan. Where's the next one? 900 out of 1,800 tons. I think I can reduce the amount of workers in the medical university. Courthouse is keeping up, but struggling a little bit. Hopefully with the reduction of criminal cases from the police stations, it'll slow down. Hello Barbados Black Belly. Hello Hailstorm. Thank you. Sunshine. Republic looks nice. Thank you. Okay, I want to have some iron, like, go there right now. I want to see if it works. I also want to see what the train line looks like, so we're gonna take this for a ride. Maybe faster speed once I took a drink, but right now I'm gonna chill. Yeah, let's speed it up. This will affect passenger transportation, of course. The 450-meter long train merging onto the network still has an impact, but once it's merged, it'll travel at the 70 kilometers an hour speed and should not negatively affect the speed of the other trains. Here's our tunnel internal rail signals. That was a citizen train, so it has to do a left-hand turn into the parking area. We're probably going to see it in front of the city there, where the fuel storage is. Or maybe not. I might have just gone here to load food and alcohol and not actually gone to Sovskoye itself. Every time I take a train, a super long freight train delays arrival by 40 minutes. Not my fault. Apologize for talking about real life stuff, I had to get it out. It's fine. It's thematic. No calling needed. Unloading. And then the steel mill can start working. Plenty of space for those trains here. And we're now making our own steel with one worker. But that will hopefully go up. And the other track has also been built. God damn, that's a lot of iron. Well, I sent the train with half of its iron load, so it arrived a little bit earlier. But I really wanted to start making my own steel, even if it's kind of slow. Now we just need to increase the amount of workers arriving here. You are sending people to the steel mill directly as another building, so 2% of all workers unloaded will go to the steel mill. The majority of workers goes up here to the coal area setup, and then any excess workers, I guess, go to the coal mines. We're not sending that many workers here right now. Own steel. Whee! Hello, R1. Yes. Our own steel finally. Now we just need to make it efficient with like how the workers are distributed. Like we could reduce the amount of workers in the coal mine to match our demand. Definitely have too many. Like 40 workers is plenty. Then waste incineration, and then anyone extra goes back unloaded at the bus stop, which sends people back to the cableway station as a last resort, but otherwise will distribute all the workers locally. So that is then the workforce that will make its way to the steel mill, basically. So making sure that this is all supplied with workers. The power plant has a priority from the cableway. The local clinic and heating plant and police station have a priority. But then the last few things are the steel mill and the brick factory. That's a lot of room for more people. Quick glance at the technical service, making sure everyone's connected to a waste storage. Looks okay. Heating plant is not connected, that's fine. Has a large internal storage, and everything down here is not fine. The fire station needs a waste storage. At least like a small one, maybe. And by that point we can also give it a larger waste storage. That means rail construction is done. The rail construction office has done its job. No more work necessary here. All in order. Junction is blocked right now. Come on. There we go. And now we just have to empty it out. Or wait until it's emptied out, but no more workers here. The footpath can be demolished. The tracks can be demolished. And last but not least, the road after the resources have been removed. RIP Soft Skull Rail Construction Office. We have a rail construction office up here. There's no RIP Rail Construction Office, that was just for the tunnel building, that's fine. It's all good. Office 2. Yeah, Office 2 is gone. Office 2 is dead. We're gonna unload bricks up here too. Bricks and... it's already set to unload here. Oh, steel also needs to be unloaded here. So we can empty that out. Steel is like the main thing. Like prefab panels, boards, I don't really care too much. They're not that expensive. How much is that in prefab panel cost? 95 tons are worth 26,000 rubles. It's like minuscule. There's an iron train that's fully loaded, 1,800 tons, 237,000 rubles. Water truck. I don't know what we're gonna do with the water. Do I care? I don't really care. Just go into a storage and the water will just be removed. It's fine. Gravel has to be unloaded, coal has to be unloaded if we care about it. So we're going to not unload here anymore, but load. There. There's no real other destination for gravel right now, so we'll have to put it into somewhere. I don't know if I care about the gravel that much. Like, I think the gravel and coal are just gonna like be removed manually, and that's it. As in, I mean, I could export it, but I don't know. Start emptying the dumps with more than 20% metal scrap, and I'm getting money. They pay for those? Yes, metal scrap, construction waste are resources that give you money. Same. Yeah. Has like metal scrap is actually a valuable resource, so you do get money for it. Hazardous waste, you have to pay to get rid of it, or you can import it for a profit. But metal scrap and construction waste, aluminium scrap, you do get money. If it's mixed in with other stuff, like if it's impure waste, then the profit gets reduced. Like if it has ash in it or other waste or other nonsense. That's basically how you can set up a profit with waste recycling. I hope this works with the construction waste. And metal scrap, guess we could test it. It's 200 tons, so it should start sending the vehicle here at 20%, right? And it's heading here, so it seems to be working alright. We'll leave it at 50% then. Do we have enough workers for steel mill? I am building up 3 new houses. Kind of worried about the heating, but there's gonna be 450 new workers in this area. Unfortunately, they can't directly walk over here, but if I set a footpath tunnel from this area, we might just be able to get them to walk to the cableway station, and that would be pretty great, because right now we're not getting enough workers to this cableway station to make it worth our while. But now that we have an actual industry that requires a lot of workers, I think it makes sense to build that. Plus we have our own bricks to build this whole thing. be starting to work on that right now. Maybe another house here. But the footpath wouldn't be the problem with that one. Would give us more houses. Why is it still so bad though? I'm not sure. Is that really that far? That's 336 meters. Yeah, it is that far. Wow. And I guess the tunnel entrance should be up here then. Now these two housing blocks would be in range, and I think that would be plenty of capacity of workers making their way over here. So we'll build that. Time for asphalt path? Maybe. Right now we're just gonna hook it up with gravel. Asphalt looks a little bit too modern. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. I haven't taken a break in 5 hours, I think, so should be a short break, 5 to 10 minutes, probably more 5. Anyway, be right back. Alright. That was shorter than expected, but I'm good. Do we have enough workers for steel mill? I think so. How much does it cost to build that steel mill? Depends on the inflation and the resource prices. When you place it, you see all the resource costs, and then if you don't play on realism mode, it'll give you the price, but usually I just calculate like the cost for steel and the cost for mechanical components, and then you have like a good overview of what it will cost. In this case, probably 500,000 for the steel. Sorry, is that 500,000? Yeah, 500,000 for the steel. And then mechanical components. I'm not gonna do brain math on stream right now. Just, yeah, you have to do the math yourself according to your market prices. Because it'll change as the resource prices adapt. You have to make that, that change. Steel production looks good. Hope this steel covers the interest payment. It should. I mean, we're not importing any steel anymore, at least we shouldn't. Let me make a quick check to Gugoshny and see that the repair station gets its steel from the city of Bugodonsk rather than the customs house. It does. So steel imports should now also stop. I should maybe turn off the imports directly on the route for the construction materials. So we don't import as soon as we run out of like our own production materials. Just as a precaution. Prefab panels we still have to import. We march further into autarky. Just hope it doesn't cost a lot, then place it anyway. Steel mill costs a bit. Yeah, I think once this footpath is done, we should see a lot more workers making their way over here. This is gonna hook up quite a few houses. And yeah, we'll use our own bricks now. Basically. With our distribution office set to 5 train cars in length. What are you doing? You're blocked. What's going on? Oh, construction train. Yeah, these are here too, I guess. Let's reduce the amount of workers in here for sure, down to like 30, maybe 20. You're not getting enough board deliveries, you say? I guess I turned off the board import, the board pickup. But wait, who's bringing you boards? Who was bringing you boards? Demolition is blocking everything. That's what's for. Got it. Done. Now things can move again. Yeah, boards are directly connected into the road construction office. Okay, a little bit of a traffic issue. But that has been resolved. Rail construction doubles as demolition office. Yes, rail construction and rail demolition is done by the same building. Lucky Leader told me that you can use a helicopter construction office for the rail demolition as well if you want to. It's gonna take a while until these resource storages run empty. Like I said, I think boards we're just gonna get rid of and prefab panels probably too. I think I'm just gonna demolish it, get rid of all the materials and demolish it right now. Is any vehicle heading to it? No. Just get rid of all of this. I'm getting rid of the resources first so they don't create waste when I demolish it. Otherwise the demolition is going to take even longer. And I don't want to set up the dedicated vehicles right now to get rid of this material, so this is what we'll do. And I guess we can also set the demolition on the... No, let's not do the road yet. Otherwise the transportation over the dirt road is going to be way too slow. So the gravel road last. Oh, and our demolition officers can now bring construction waste up here. So that's faster. And mixed waste goes to the Sovskoy incinerator instead of the iron mine incinerator. Much closer too. There's the iron train blocking stuff because the rail demolition office is waiting for space for some iron and boards. There we go. A little bit of a parked train here, but no traffic jam thankfully. The traffic optimization of this part is still like, it makes sense to just like have that one too, but the trains are already traveling at full speed. It should work in most cases. I'll just leave it. I do believe we might have trains turning left here and going through the city at some point. I mean, realistically, I would like to have the resource trains just like use the outside track and not go into the city at all, because that would affect the passenger trains less often. But it is still a roundabout and we should use it as one. That was the construction waste from the iron mine. That worked fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 train cars. Yeah, guess that's fine. Now that we have our own steel, more or less, once we have 200 tons, we can start building the other processing plant. I could consider exporting some coal because that's all just like sitting here. But realistically, for me, the important thing is the steel export, and right now we're not there yet. Once the footpath is in place and brings more workers to the cableway station, then we'll see what it looks like. At least the brick production for the footpath tunnel is way more than enough. We could export bricks, I guess. Is that worth it right now with our own coal production? Definitely should be. Just a regular old increase. I mean, we're making more bricks out of coal, so it's like If the brick price is higher than the coal price, it is profitable. Not accounting for worker price cost, of course. But we're turning 33 tons of coal into 51 tons of bricks, and the brick price is higher than the coal price, so I would say that's profitable. You're streaming on Twitch, but not at TwitchCon? Hello, Willy Ken. No, not at TwitchCon. I don't do TwitchCon. I have no idea what they do there, what that is, like... Not my thing. Let's hope that the heating is going to be enough for this. That's a little bit of a concern. We added 3 extra houses. We have to make sure that the heating plant... Oh, building without drinking water. We have to make sure that the heating plant... That could be a death sentence. We need to make sure that that is not a thing. Water truck, go to the technical service and help with the water distribution. Like, that could kill the Republic, basically. Not enough drinking water. Second water truck should be good. Hopefully it's enough, it might be, we'll see. I have room for a third one, in case. But like, once we get to 3 water trucks, that's probably the point where I'm gonna say, let's do water pipes instead. Tunnel is almost done. Just the entrances. I'm gonna be able to reach 3 extra buildings. That's 450 extra workers that can go to the cableway station. Before that we only had really like these 2 houses, I guess. And this one, but this one is highly educated people, so it wouldn't really send that many workers to the cableway station anyway. And they're not all going to send workers to the cableway station. They would split themselves up based on what they can reach. Like, Food Factory cableway station has good saturation through here. Everyone can basically get there. Train station, everyone can get there. Everyone but the loan house and the water purification plant. They have to walk to this bus platform. For workers if they can't find work. And then the last one is this, and that one didn't have that many workers right now. But I am considering building more houses. We just have to see how the heating looks like. And make sure this never goes over 70%. What is with the water deliveries? Come on. Is there anything hooked up to running water? Like, what is draining our water that much? Sovskoye water substation. That's here. Doesn't have running water. Let's see what the water usage is once a water truck heads here. Where are you going? Over on that side. That's already 1 cubic meter. I guess the people are drinking a lot of water now. Okay, let me get a third water truck. I don't want this to become the issue for winter. And then we'll probably, with our own steel, set up the water pipe network through the city. Once we have enough steel. 70% I think is the limit. Let's do maintenance right now. Productivity is now 70%. Get that done before winter. People can just walk from their houses onto the construction site and finish the building. Absolutely fine. I mean, waiting until unloaded means now we're making less money, because the iron is just going to be stuck until we have the workers here. But I'm okay with that. Let's get the steel mill up and running at a good pace. I'm expecting to see a pretty high surge of workers walking to the cableway station over here. Right now it's very, very low. Let me check something. How do the passenger cableway cars compare? The speed is identical, the weight is different, probably because the cable length is different, but the speed is identical, so I was wondering if you had like cableway cars that had like a lot more leeway for the cable, where it sags down a little bit more, that it might slow down or something. Which we have here on the water, but seems like the speed is identical everywhere. I'm hoping to see some water trucks becoming parked at some point. Why do you have so much water consumption? What is your problem? It might just be like all of the buildings that have run out of water just filling back up again, but that looks like a very high consumption of water. You're back down to below a cubic meter per day. You are not. Yeah, the residential buildings require 0.06 cubic meters for these large flats that house over 200 people, so that's nothing. So, okay, you're back down to below 0.8 as well. Seems reasonable. I guess we just slowly ran out of water everywhere, and we're catching back up to the water demand with having 3 water trucks. Seems fine. One more footpath tunnel, 20 work days, and then we'll see how many people take that path over to the cableway station. Also have to keep monitoring the heating and the pollution. There we go. Come through, my minions. Walk to the cableway station, please. Anyone. Workers can wait here, and workers must wait here. I don't want to have to assign houses to send workers here, like, specifically. Where are they all going? I guess they're going to local workplaces first before they go to the cableway station. But I figured that local workplaces were already full. Especially now that we have 450 more people. They hate the tunnel. Could be. I mean, we could tell these two houses to just be forced to go to the cableway station. And if they wait too long at the cableway station, to go to other buildings from that location. That's a lot of people from an arriving train. I wonder if they prefer the train station. Because everyone seems to be heading towards the train station. Maybe there's a slow trickle of workers making its way here and it's increasing ever more, but... Oh, these houses aren't even fully populated yet. Never mind. You are regular education, you're all going to go here. You're also regular education, you're going to do the same thing. If there's nothing at the cableway station that you can do, or it's already full, then you can go elsewhere, but... We're now sending 350 workers over to the cableway station. Some of them go by the bridge, some of them go by the tunnel, I would assume. And now even if they hate the tunnel, they'll have to use it. That looks good. Some workers making their way up here. More houses can be assigned if necessary, which it probably will be. But of course we also have to make sure that local facilities are still staffed sufficiently. There's two places for citizens to be transported. They mostly prefer the one placed first. I don't know. It seems like the train station has a lot more appeal than going to a cableway station. I'm not sure why. The food factory one seems fine, but this one, maybe they don't like going through the tunnel to a cableway station for some reason. Still got room for another building here. But let's pay attention to the heating first. That seems better than like last winter, where some of the temperatures were already decreasing in this area. That small heating plant is doing a lot of work. But yeah, gotta be careful, like it could still all decrease. Because the small heating plant isn't really set up to keep up with the demand, it's just like there to help a little bit. And then once things go wrong, we can allow more workers to go into the small heating plant while we make corrections. So my question now is just one more building here, more here, and like, I want to have more houses everywhere. We could have another small heating plant on the outside here that deals with whatever we place locally, but that would already get quite close to the other heating plant. Also, heating capacity still below 70%, and the maintenance did finish. But sometimes it's bouncing up to 64%, so it's 66%. There's not much capacity left, I guess. I mean, with the pollution reduction, we could also consider maybe going up to 2 workers in the small heating plant. I'm not sure. This still looks very good. Especially because these houses are all heated directly from the heating plant. I'll keep this one visible for now. 67 workers in the steel mill. Thank you for the follow, Cruxy, much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. So we increased our amount of workers by ×6, if not even more. We had less than 10 workers before. And steel production is now definitely enough for like domestic demand. We're still not pushing any steel out to the steel storage itself for some reason, which is curious. Do we need to get started on the other processing plant? It seems like right now with a single processing plant making up to 120 tons of coal, we're still fine. We would have to go over 150 workers here to require a second processing plant, not including all of the other facilities. Why is there a stored vehicles section here? Strange. Yes, you can load steel. And loads of bricks. I think we got enough heating for another house. I just don't want to run into any problems. We're now consistently like over 60% when the temperature drops, it feels like. I have to wait until there's more workers here reliably and see what it looks like. Yeah, it's bouncing over 60. I feel like steel exports is harder than bauxite exports. Well, bauxite is just a mine hooked up into an aggregate loading station. Steel exports sure is harder. We don't have any bauxite. I don't know where bauxite is yet. Could get a population birth rate increase to fill the new houses a little bit faster. I will just wait and let it tick up on its own. But yeah, maybe we can have like a heating plant in the middle of a city surrounded by some of the lower density housing that isn't really that much affected by pollution. Because the one in Gugoshny, we are not running with only one worker, we're running with 3 workers. And the houses here are still at 73 years of life expectancy, dropping down to like maybe 70. So if we only have 1 worker, then I guess a cluster around that with a bunch of like regular housing could work. I meant aluminium. Steel you need everywhere. I never managed to have excess steel. Oh, we will have excess steel, I think. I mean, it depends on how fast you're expanding, but I guess that's true. Like, let's check our production, which unfortunately doesn't include repairs. But imports have ceased, constructions currently have ceased. No exports, just production. So no more imports. No industry consumption either. We're not making any mechanical components. It's just excess steel production right now. But we don't know how much we're using for vehicle repairs, unfortunately. Minus 30, 15 degrees. Looks pretty rock solid. But yeah, you're like almost at 70. You're hitting 69. I don't think I can have more houses unless I put another heating plant in place. And that one is just like to stabilize it, not really to extend our heating capacity. I think this is like the most we're gonna get until I build another large heating plant in like distribute the heating. Yeah, we're dropping below like 13 here. It's not looking great. Which is mainly due to the lack of workers inside the heating plant. So it's bouncing around a bit. If the city has to grow, then we have to have another heating plant over here, pushing the heating down into this area. This is looking very dangerous. Maybe you can run it 2 workers in an emergency. Let's see what happens once we drop to -40. It's fluctuating a lot. This is all rock solid. Like here we can get a heating plant with workers supplied by the cableway station. Heat pumping down this way, and then we would have to switch over the heating pipes to the heat exchangers to the new heat pumping stations, which we kind of have to do during summer. But that should not take very long. Find it funny that in this game heating is the limit to growth, not labor. On this map, like heating is not that difficult on other maps. Once you play on Siberia for a while and you go to a regular map, you're like, wait, what? Winter is already over? That wasn't very long at all. I don't even need any snowplows, that was so short. So it seems stable enough. We're still at -33. These are getting kinda low. These other houses are taking more heating away from the heating plant, and I guess these ones are gonna be the first few that will be affected. I'm waiting for the temperature to drop. But these ones do not take care of anything critically, so it would not... I don't want to make any predictions. But yeah, I think we'll set up another heating plant over here with a coal storage delivered to by distribution office. Have a conveyor in it, then I guess I'll break the wall apart and maybe have a footpath exit through it instead. I think planning for more heating will be a good plan. Also a fire station. Heating will have the fire station as close as possible because it is so freaking important. Because any second the heating plant is burning, it doesn't produce any heat. And when it's really cold, any moment matters. I might have to move the storage and the conveyor out a little bit. Can I get a foot? Oh, maybe not. I mean, it depends on if this will hook up or not with the conveyor. It will not. Conveyor has to move. We'll tear down this wall and put a footpath entrance through it. Let's remove all of this wall and build it however we want to. Sure. Is there a distribution office you can use on a rail line? Yes, there's a rail distribution office. We have one set up here. It does the same thing as a distribution office, but on the rail network. I don't know. Why are you going for this setup? Do you plan for rail later? I'm not hooking this up with rail distribution. I'm bringing the coal here by truck. Like this distribution office will bring the coal over. I don't want coal to be driven here by like the train. Rail traffic can have like traffic issues. I'd rather like just have a truck drive over there while using the engine. Because when this gives me a warning message that it is out of coal, the internal storage of the power plant will still have coal inside. If I don't use an engine and this thing runs out, the internal storage of the heating plant is already empty. So this is just a safety precaution on my side regarding that I like to have. Gives me like a couple of days to like whine about like why things went wrong. We're looking for the rail distribution office on the road buildings menu. I mean, it's a complicated game. It's fine, it happens. So, heating distribution, like we have on the other heating plant, will be in 2 stages. We'll have heat pumping stations connected by large heating pipes, bringing the heat to the city, and then we'll distribute it to the heat exchangers. Right now the plan is to switch over all of the heat exchangers on this side to the new heating plant. So I think the heat pumping stations can be fairly close because this is not that far. And we already have the heat exchangers in place, so we know what we're like looking for. This will also give us the capacity to have more housing in this area. Next to the prison, up here, it'll basically free up a bunch of connections. So we have a heat exchanger on that side, right here, and one over on that side, one over here, and they would all like come back to the new heat pumping station. Those 3 would connect to the first one, I think. So if we put it like central-ish for those 3, the area would be somewhere over here, but there's no road connection for it. So probably just next to this heating plant maybe. There's no fire station here though, and I think the heat pumping station can catch fire. So maybe make sure it's closer to a fire station. The fire station is in that end. I guess we'll put it here. Just over the bridge is fine. Lovely. Perfectly planned. That'll be heating pipe number 1. Further heating pipes. I mean, if I want to have housing here, I'm only going to use 2 of the connections. And the third one would run its way to this location, very close to the heat pumping station. Well, this is how we're going to set it up initially. So the heat pumping station was like a booster that also used a bit of electricity to up the water temp a bit. No, it doesn't up the water temperature, it just allows you to build a heating pipe further than a kilometer. It actually costs you heating capacity, but your heat pipe can only go 1 kilometer. And then it just stops. And then you need a heat pumping station to build further. But the heat pumping station itself loses you some heating. It looks like the city is fine. Like in general, it's fine. We're going to make it more efficient and reliable with the new heating plant, and then we have more room to like extend it a little bit. It'll be fine, I think. Those are prefab panel fences. Well, that works pretty well. Again, the trick to place like a straight fence or road or whatever somewhere when you already have a straight section is to just drag it from an area that you know is already straight and then look at the red line overlaying the building that is straight. So you can see that this red line overlaps the fence if it's in a straight line. Then you extend it out to where you want to build, make sure the red line matches, you let go, click again and build backwards, and then you have a straight extension of the fence. It's like a handy way to line things up. How much further can heat go after pump? Always a kilometer. Kilometer, heat pumping station, kilometer. It's basically like an oil pipe where you need like a pump every so often. But of course you always lose more and more efficiency, so after like 2 heat pumping stations on a regular map you're like pretty low, and on Siberia like 1 heat pumping station at most. While still keeping it short, I'm basically using it still within a kilometer. Have to be very careful with the heating. But yeah, looks like this is still fine. And the extra heating plant will give us a safety net to extend the housing density on this side. So the city will look more complete and the open areas will be filled out more. What is that power line? That's from the... yeah, that's from the oil well. I'll draw an underground wire for now. We have a spare... Actually, no, let's draw an above ground wire. This is still like a temporary power line, or like a temporary pump that wasn't really supposed to exist. But the fuel cost forced us to have it. Popsicle workers don't work that well. Popsicle? I don't know what popsicle workers are. Rail office has been demolished. Now we can go after the road. And yeah, we finished it this year. Lovely. Popsicle? Oh, okay, I understand. Yes. I thought there were like workers from a popsicle factory or something, but yes. I guess. I understand now. We could start exporting coal. We could definitely start exporting some bricks. Let's start bringing some open hull train cars in, the ones that I got rid of recently. Well, not really recently, but like some time ago. We'll get like 12 for now. They're probably gonna be expensive, but that's okay. Cargo wagons. I mean, we had the iron price going up is nice. It's gonna increase the steel price too. We had the which ones did we have? Oh, these ones, I think, the Königsberg OM. They're covered, or oh, the open ones, yeah. I was wondering maybe the stake ones instead, but they carry less per like length. I just thought they would look nicer, but they're like 11 meters, only carry 17 tons, whereas these are 9 meters and carry 21 tons. I mean, we could also go for more modern cars, but I really want to avoid that. Klagenfurt, 10 meters, 27 tons. 9 meters, 21 tons. I guess the Klagenfurt Omu is better. Let's just get 12 of these. Like 20 meters, 80 tons. Ugh. Too efficient. Twelve. Two Nvidia cards can defeat Siberia winter. Doubtful. Do you think like global warming is linked to how many Nvidia cards are there? You might make a study and say like, okay, this is like the distribution of Nvidia cards throughout the nation or throughout the world. It has gone up like ever since Nvidia like existed, and this is like the graph that shows global warming. So it clearly shows that these two are linked. Yeah, we're gonna export excess bricks and steel as an export good. That is something we can do. We'll also have another train. 4, 8, 10. 150 meters. 12 sounds good. It will show up soon. AI Empire is run by Nvidia cards. Very scary. Okay. Add all the train cars and send the train to the distribution office and then hook up an order to export. Currently we can carry 330 tons of steel, and if we set it to like 405, loading at 400 or 500 tons, then there will always be some steel left. And maybe I'll set up this as a distribution for the construction materials, but like I said, I like my dedicated train doing that. Gotta wait until 2040 for Nvidia heating plant research upgrade. NVIDIA heating plants, yeah, like just putting them in parallel and just like that's funny enough that I think we can run an NVIDIA heating plant here. That sounds fair. Unironically more efficient, totally. Citizen goods, like, do I need more beat trucks than covered hull trucks? I think we're gonna replace the covered hull trucks with larger versions and get more meat trucks instead. Not the very large ones, they feel a little bit too large, but the Yak 10 instead of the Yak is okay. And then a refrigerated truck. So 2 covered hull, 3 refrigerated trucks. Because we're only getting really warning messages about like lack of meat. And I don't like it. There's no way coal is less efficient than graphic cards for heating at least. Well, an electric heating plant I guess is all about efficiency. Alright, another train. Let's see, you can load from here. I said like 330 tons, which is more than half, so let's say if there's like 80% here. Bricks or steel, you can export those. If you want. Customs house, bricks and steel. Which should send out a train right now for bricks. That's like better than a coal export. I mean, price-wise, volume-wise, it would be better exporting coal. But if we have the carry capacity, we can just export bricks too. That's 12 train cars. So no other train can be sent out right now because we have all of them. Kind of limiting myself on traffic that way a bit. I feel like exporting bricks will use you money. The overhead feels too much for the export prices. Like I said, we're converting coal into bricks at a rate that is like close to 1 to 2. So if we check the brick factory, we're turning 33 tons of coal into 51 tons of bricks. So we're getting 100 rubles for coal and 100 rubles per brick export. Then bricks would be more efficient. So the brick price could be lower than the coal price and it would still be profitable. However, coals are 92 rubles and bricks are at 300. Fuel inefficiency? We're running coal, that's fine. We're running coal trains. It's the same resource. There's no fuel involved in this. It's all conveyors, electricity, which we're making ourselves, which is coal, and the trains, which is coal. It's all coal-based. It's all going through the same system. The only thing we're importing is chemicals for the... No, not even that. The trains run on impure water, so it's also electricity. Maintenance materials, I guess you could argue, but that's like true for everything. They have to be brought in by truck. The investments on coal processing feels huge though. Yes. But I wanted to have that because I didn't want to... I couldn't run this power plant with coal imports from the border. For like this... The coal price might have gone scary. So now we're fully self-sufficient in regards to coal in the whole nation. That's why I'm also like not worried about like having an additional redundant heating plant here. Because it's going to use steel mostly for construction, bricks and coal for running. All of which we're producing now. More or less. That's perfect. And the brick production is basically, we need to export something because we have loans. We're not really exporting much right now. The iron trains aren't running. I could make the iron trains run. I should make the iron trains run. Let's set the iron trains to just go here, unload, and then go to the customs house, sell, and then go back. No more waiting until unloaded at the coal mine steel mill. That way they will also contribute to profits again. Everything to not have that high fuel price that Das once had. Yes. Everything that's based on trains, especially like steam locomotives, we don't have to pay 3,000 rubles per ton of fuel. Even though that price is not as scary anymore as it once was. I wonder how that correlates. Crops went up from 18 to 280. So almost 2,000%. Almost 20 times as much. Fuel started at 120 and is now at 3,000. So that's also close to almost 20. It's more than 20 times, but we're getting close to where fuel is basically back to its regular price. Coal will never make any sense to me, especially early on. Coal is a really good resource to export if you have a train to run it. An efficient, slow train to run an aggregate export is really good. Okay, once we drop to below 1,000,000 rubles for the loans, I'm going to start combining them again. I don't want to yet, but... Coal goes on trains, you know. Yes, we're running all of our trains on coal. Coal and water. No fuel cost. This is basically our production chain to produce our own fuel for our trains. And I think we can agree that that makes sense. Especially when we're having that many. Oh yeah, the reason I use the conveyor, like I previously said. The warning message setting for lack of coal here doesn't do anything if you don't use a conveyor engine, because the internal storage of the heating plant is used up before it pulls from the external storage. And a conveyor engine pushes resources into the internal storage. Fuel is the easiest to manage, couple of pump and you're done. Exporting oil is the easiest. Yes, that's why I don't want to use it. But the game forced me. We have 2 pump checks just to deal with the overhead cost of fuel imports. Last year we imported 3 million rubles worth of fuel. And I exported 3.8 million rubles worth of oil. With 2 pump checks by truck. Like, I'm only doing this because I was forced to. I didn't want to. The fuel price going up to 10,000 rubles per ton of fuel was ridiculous. The game was like, no, you will have to do oil and fuel, or we're gonna kill you. Looks like this house is affected by pollution. 68 life expectancy, that's still fine. It's not because of heating, that's definitely pollution. But with the dispersion between 2 heating plants, this will get better. This will output less heating. It's also over... it's maybe struggling a little bit. Sometimes it's jumping a lot more over 70% than I would like. Compare that to coal and see how ridiculous coal is. Yeah, coal is not that high. I'm excluding fuel and oil from profitability because fuel and oil is broken in this run. You can't look at this fuel price and tell me, oh yeah, fuel at that much per ton and oil at that much per ton, we should just go on it. Of course we can. If I was going for maximum profitability, I would have dropped everything in 1946 and just went for oil right away. But I tried to resist it actively, and the game punished me for it. Made it somewhat more interesting, I guess. So my approach to this is still the same. Fuel and oil, I don't want to export more than... okay, that's concerning. I don't want to export more than I have to. So now the storage ran out, but because we had a conveyor engine, we still have 80 tons in here. Thankfully. Why are the coal trucks not here yet? What's going on? Also, wait, why are you... Oh, you're driving from here, right. Why are you only driving now? Oh, wait. Jesus Christ. Is that... No, you're on the aggregate... Aggregate storage. You need to be on the aggregate loading. That's faster. Okay, that's not good. I think they've been spending a lot of time slowly loading coal here and not keeping up. Plus the trucks are very slow. I need that rail distribution of coal closer to this area. It's not looking so well. Plus we can have another truck in here, I guess. Storage up to 80%. Coaling station. I think the building is just overworked in general. Small heating plant, that shouldn't really matter too much. I wonder if these should have faster trucks. But I think throughput is more important. Well, let's see if 80 tons of coal in here is enough to wait until the trucks come back. Thankfully, winter is slowly ending. But it looks like having that extra heating plant inside the iron mine and maybe the extra distance and the slow loading of coal directly at the coal storage instead of the aggregate loading station have slowed things down a bit. Oh, you're loading at the aggregate loading station. Okay, yeah, you're correct. Narrator, it wasn't enough. We'll see. I'll probably take a month to get here. 5.6 tons times 10 days, half efficiency, so 20 days? That might not be enough. There's vehicles already heading towards this building, so it's probably fine. I was thinking about trip to and from, so I think they can get there in like half a month. It's pretty far though. They will need more than half a month. Are we going to make a change to this briefly? This is absolutely concerning. A single delivery. Got a refuel. Let's buy another vehicle. I wonder if, like, if we go for the vehicles that travel really fast, it would be better, but we're not going back to that, or like forward to that. The game is paused, things are looking desperate. I'm gonna spend the money to get another truck to fix that issue. That'll resolve it. So from here, load coal. To the storage. To the depot, it's fine. Because that truck can refuel in Gugozhny at this gas station and be at the customs house a lot faster. So that'll save us. That's another 25 tons. That'll make sure the delivery happens fast enough. But yeah, we need like a train unloading station for coal somewhere in the area so they can pick up coal from there instead. Could be in Gugozhny basically. We could have a coal storage maybe on this side. I don't know. What are you? Customs. Wait, what? Oh, you're the route I set up. You're just heading back after refueling. Okay. That's 50 tons and then the other trucks will arrive and then we'll make a decision on how to proceed. But yeah, the delivery route from Bogodonsk to here by trucks, especially these slow lumbering large trucks, is not great. A fast train would be better. Just a coal unloading station somewhere. What's up here? 44 years old, you're fine. I assume the other one is too. Repair station shouldn't have any issues. Repair station needs more workers. I might use this train track that I set up and have the coal unloading station right here. Could be a small one. The large one is nice visually, but like we just need a small unloading station, bring coal, unload it via distribution office, and then just go back. Yes. So enough room for 155-meter train with the aggregate storage going over the train track, unloading here. 1,000 tons would be plenty. And that would be the coal supply, pretty much. And loading station for trucks. And power. We just have to get it over the train tracks without any help of a conveyor. No bulldozer. Alright. So tiny and ugly. It's fine. It's gonna bring coal here by distribution office. The unloading station needs a decent amount of power. Actually, it doesn't. Only 50 kilowatts. Sorry, that's pretty low. The other ones need a lot more. I'll still give it like a medium underground wire to hook it up. Sovskoy. I am replacing the vehicles here. Well, I'm trying to. Meat truck, Yak 10 covered. Replaced with a Yak covered, replaced with a Yak 10 covered is the idea. Because they have more carry capacity. And this city is large enough where I think that makes sense. Out of food, huh? Is there a traffic jam? No, you just delivered. Should be okay. Lack of food up here too. Lack of food up here too. What the hell? Maybe taking out two of the that extra food truck was a bad idea. Maybe I do need 3 to keep up with the demand. I mean, I have to give them more carry capacity now, but let's stabilize the food with a 3rd covered hull truck. Food is more important than meat. And then switch over to the meat truck and see if the new food trucks can handle things, because they have almost double carry capacity from 2.4 to 2.5 up to 4 tons. So before they were carrying 7.5 and now they can carry 8 tons of food. So they have similar carry capacity. Yeah, just let it get the food under control before we fix for the meat situation. I'll have to wait until the bulldozers get here. Heating wise, we have some coal. The trucks are currently not running. One of them can make its way to the distribution office in, well, Bugudonsk, I guess. And then the other one, as an emergency, can stay here for now. Where if we get the warning message again, we can trigger it to import from the customs house. Shops are going out of food, yes. We are working on it. Maybe we need 2 urban distribution offices. Because the city is going to keep growing in size. I guess the rural distribution office could be out here somewhere. And we'll just make this another urban one. Seems reasonable. If we're already running a little bit into issues, I could make one that has the citizen goods and one that has the meat trucks in it. Or like, share the tasks between both. Only update one and then copy it to the other. It'll also give us more assignment tools in case we have too many buildings at some point. Okay, you bring coal here. There's already 20 workers waiting for coal. It's not even hooked up to heating yet. We should have a spare fire truck, I believe. An AMO-15. It's going to be joined by another one with higher capacity because fire stations close to heating plants deserve... Well, heating plants deserve, like, safety. I think. If heating plant catches fire, put it out as quickly as possible. Don't notify me if you stop. Run over 15 degrees. Heat pumping station is in place. So we would have to work on like the demolition of the heating pipes and hooking up 2 of the 3 heat pumps to the new setup. And then have another one closer to maybe this and distribute heating further into the city after. Yeah, I don't think the city is gonna like keep pushing out much this way. There's not that much pollution, but space is a bit of a concern. Speaking of space, we should be able to get rid of this power line. Because the pump check is now hooked up to another power line for now. I don't know how long the bulldozers are gonna take. Still not here. But they are just arriving. Closed factory will destroy them with pollution. The closed factory is over here. That's fine. There is no closed factory in Sovskoy. We're fine. Bulldozers will have to refuel after that trip. Oh no, they have fuel. I guess they're back from refueling right now. Fine, by me. What is this? That looks like an arrow. So strange. Yep, distance-wise we're okay. And now we just hook up here. That's 150 meters until we reach the train track, plus whatever length the unloading station is, 30 meters. Seems like this is in good hands. $190 meters. We're gonna deliver coal here, make this the loading point, and it'll be fine. No pollution from the coal storage. Electricity will be provided. Everything should be in order with that. And the train can come in this side and go out this way as well. And it won't block other traffic. Only for the duration where it has to go through that section that is shared. $426 tons of construction waste at the iron mine means that a distribution office train should be dispatched here soon. Now that we're also not waiting until loaded for the iron, should mean that there's a lot more time for another train to make its way up here. Are you building? Yes, you are. Okay. Rail distribution office will handle the distribution of coal to the area. We are not exporting coal, but you are allowed to load coal now. And then just wait until the other building is done, and it'll be fine. And then we might be able to reduce the amount of like distribution office vehicles on the distribution office in Bogdansk, but we don't really have to. If some of those undergo maintenance, it's a good idea to have a little bit of an overhead, I guess. It's April. The work here for the heat distribution will have to be done soon. We will not have a lot of time. I should like already plan how the heating pipes are going to go. So one out this way to have some housing on that side. One will go out here. We'll lower it down, which will then connect to that heating station. And the third one here. Oh crap. There's a bridge in the way. I didn't realize you can't go underneath bridges. Unless you go really, really deep underground. Well, how deep do we have to go? Fine by me. At least I can use the connection. I'll come out this way and curve around. That is so silly. I mean, I feel like I should follow the housing a little bit, just to make it look more organic. If we do something like this, and then hook it up here. So yeah, this will be pretty bad, but it still works. And then over here, the connection hopefully will not be too sharp. We have a local heating plant that can take care of maybe a little bit of heating, so it probably won't be too bad. Like, we could start with this heat exchanger and see what happens. We have this heating plant here. It's 5 degrees. I think we're going to start and work on that now. See what happens from here. Yeah, they also still have range from other heating plants. I think the temperature is fine. Let's start the rework. We'll wait until the first one is hooked up to the new connection before starting with the other one. This will go faster as a demolition because it's shorter. Only 3 waste pickups instead of the whole demolition at once. Yeah, then we have this as an option for housing. Just have to make sure they can walk to a bus stop, which exists, and have like food available. Profits are looking good. Not covering the loan repayments completely, but we're in the green consistently. Yeah, absolutely fine. Like, as long as we're over -20, like a single heat exchanger should be sufficient. I'm gonna take down the other one as well. Hopefully I'm not going to regret this. Like, this could be a bit trickier. They can still draw the heat that is currently stored in the heat exchanger, but yeah, it's gonna get... At some point it's gonna be gone. The heating plant will have to make up the loss. One more waste pickup. There's still heat in here. It's slowly draining, but yeah. We'll be okay. And after that demolition is done, I guess you can start working on the rest of the heating pipe here. We'll have to see what else we will do. Like I said, there will probably be a heat pumping station somewhere in this location, and we'll rework the connection of 3 other heat exchangers. But then that heating plant doesn't do much anymore, does it? It goes here. 1, 2. I mean, it's just, we're basically dividing the city into half. That's what we're doing. What other connections can we then get rid of? It's just going to give us the ability to place like heat exchangers in if we notice like a deficiency in heating. That will be okay. And it's pretty warm right now. Everything's hooked up correctly. The last heating pipe can be demolished in 4. So that gives us 2 heating connections out this way. Which, I don't know, maybe we can use. I'll probably hook up the other heat pumping station and then have another heat exchanger here from that heating plant instead. Like each heating plant supplying heating to like 4 heat exchangers sounds like a good medium. Also getting pretty close to its limit. I'm going to set up another power line. I know I could upgrade the power line to a higher one, but I kind of like having an exorbitant amount of like substations. Maybe I should skip that. What power line did I use? The smallest one, right? Yeah. Let's go over to 1 megawatt instead. There's 1 pixel where we can place it. I'll find it. Replacement power line, more electricity into that substation, making sure that the heat pumping stations are not affected by power fluctuations. And I guess we'll need the other large heating pipe. Huh. I guess it's more important to have it like closer to this way. Let's change that. Yeah, let's wait with the other heat pumping station. Let's just get everything in order right now. It's a bit busy. It's also going to slow down food deliveries to grocers and stuff. Let's not overdo it. How's the construction looking here? I should probably hook up the unloading station to a road so it can be built. Otherwise it's not going to work. Heating pipe 1 almost done, heating pipe 2 being dug out right now. 2000 work days because of the angle we had to build this at. So it's going to take a little bit longer, but yeah, we have time. I don't have a fire station next to the small heating plant, but I think this one might become obsolete anyway. Once the other heating plant take care over the heating on these ones. We'll have a last heat exchanger in the middle of this location and fill it out with like some low density housing, medium density, similar to what we have next to the water plant. And that'll look kind of cool, filling out this triangle with some housing. Grocer, also somewhere on the road. I guess it could be on the access road here. Have the grocer right next to the heat pumping station. And that would work. Yeah, we have enough workers in the steel mill now for what we need. There's gonna be the occasional steel export. Still exporting iron too. Heat exchanger is hooked up again. Heating plant has something to do. Not much, but it's a start. So that would be 3 connections out of that heating plant. And this one was using 6. So I guess right now we are down to also 3 connections. So in theory I could migrate this connection to one of the heat pumping stations, the other heat pumping station, and get rid of the other heating pipe, but like I said, we can rework the heating pipes to make them look like nice and stuff now. This one makes sense, this one kinda makes sense. I guess this one could be relocated onto this side. Like, maybe we'll have another heat exchanger here and fill out this with housing. Definitely a possibility. I stopped building housing here because this was getting a bit cool. But it would make sense more to have it hooked up to the other power plant, heating plant. So yeah, seems like it's looking okay. Progress. As soon as this gives us the warning that we don't have enough coal, at that point we can build the other processing plant, I guess, and increase the amount of workers in the coal mine. How's it looking up here in regards to how many workers we have? Pretty good. That's a pretty good amount. I'll go up to the coal processing, coal mine, fill out every building to capacity, and then bring the excess workers back, dropping them basically into the steel mill. We have time, but let's throw more workers at the excavation of that really, really deep heating pipe. At least it's not going to look silly once it's built, hopefully. Power connection will allow us to remove the small wire once it's done. I really like the ability of like multiple connections at the substations. Makes it possible to just upgrade based on demand more easily. We are limited to 0.45 megawatts right now. 0.65. Okay, it wasn't as close as I thought it was. Oh yeah, they put the numbers more evenly. Previously they had like more of a difference, I think. Loan capacity is still higher than our amount of loans owed. But the amount of money we're paying back each month is going up quite high. But we're getting close to where the oldest loan is at 1 million rubles. And then we could consider merging them, because we can then merge 2 loans into one without too many clicks. I mean, I could also leave both wires on and then have like even more capacity, but you can see that it's already drawing more power than before. It was at like 0.4, now it's like pushing through 0.8 just because it has more throughput available. From this road, it's only 250 meters into the corner, so the grocer can definitely be here. Water, sewage, electricity are present, but for the rest of the houses, I guess it's all present. They have everything. Cool, then we can just put a nice house design here once we want to do that. Almost done digging out the heating pipe. Laying it will be not a problem. Just a bit of steel, mechanical components, a road crane and like 40 workers. Coal ore is slowly dropping, so could indicate that we might need a few more people in the mine because demand has gone up. If the coal ore is full but the coal itself is dropping, then well, we would have to build the processing plant. Let's make sure that the mine is full of workers. What the hell, video? Don't do that. Oh, NVIDIA heating factory will now have not as much to do, but it'll be fine. Less pollution production will mean that the people here will be better off. Are we going to change any heating pipes? Like, I really don't like the heating pipe going this way because it overlaps. I want to move this one to connect from this side, and I want to move this one to connect from the top. But that's like a vanity project, and I don't know if that is worth it right now. Probably not, because then I also have to move this one. Nah, it's fine. I'm okay with it. I'm over it already. Pay your debts first. It would just combine the debts. But oh, you mean like wait until we have our loans paid back? Then we would be sitting here for a while. Oh, you mean like for vanity projects? Yeah, I guess I should not do these while we're still in debt, I guess. No, pay debts first. We need to build more. Any extra housing we're building right now that we can support would basically give us more workers for the steel mill. I'm a little bit concerned with the capacity of the bus route bringing people from this area forward. Maybe I need to plan a bus stop here. We're probably not going to have the ability for people to get to the train station that easily. So might have to set up an inner city bus route for them. Unless of course they just walk over here. Look at that. Lovely. That's whenever a train arrives, they walk through the cableway stations and wait there until they're fully picked up. I guess they could also walk to the cableway station if I get like a footpath to it. If they just walk to this, they could get anywhere. Like between the bus stop and the cableway station, they could reach everything with existing routes. But yeah, if we start pouring an excessive amount of workers into this bus platform, I'm not sure if the bus route can handle it. We'll also have to let passengers wait here, and they're kind of priority. Oh my god. Why can you go through the rail distribution office now? That train just drove through it. I guess this rail distribution office allows vehicles to drive through it. Interesting. Huh. That's weird. Learn something. Alright, loading station or unloading station has been set up. Bring coal here, make sure it's kept to 50%. 600 tons for 12 train cars. Means I guess I'll send you at... No, 50% is okay, that's a little bit of a buffer. Doesn't have to send the full-length train then, I guess. But yeah, we'll be able to pick up coal from here now, instead of driving all the way with the trucks to Sovskoye. The distribution office handling the coal will have a new source. The storage. And by the storage, I mean this aggregate loading station. Has steel production reached a surplus yet? Is still exporting yet? Might have exported once, but I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not yet. It's gonna do the first export soon. It's throwing more and more people at it. It's filling the internal storage a lot. So realistically, we already would have enough to export once. We're loading at 50, no, it's 80%. 10% of this is 58, so we're loading at 116, 117, less than the total storage. So at 460. And with this included, we would be fairly close, but yeah, not quite. No rubles, no problem. Thank you. Always asking questions to just distract me from like my loans running out. I know what you're trying to do, but during winter I'm extra careful. There's some more brick exports. Brick exports this year have given us 313,000, more than the board exports. I don't think that's bad. As long as it's not disruptive. This is okay. Looks like our coal storage is now starting to run empty. And our coal ore storage is full, so now we need the second processing plant built. Now it actually shows us that we have enough coal ore, but not enough coal. I guess the Western markets aren't as distorted as the Soviet markets. No, the Western markets usually stay fairly stable. Okay, combining some of the loans. There we go. Back down to a single page of loans again. I mean, we're still using steel for like construction of heating pipes and all that shebang that has befallen me, that I wanted to have another heating plant here to make sure it's safer and will allow me to build more buildings. But steel export should happen soon. At 2,000, I think, per ton. Okay, it's at 4,000, almost 3,400 per ton now. It'll make a decent amount of money. We're going to be exporting a full train worth. So it should always run like the most efficient way possible. Heating plants on cableway cars are really nice. Because as soon as they like spring to life, if you have enough workers in the cableway cars, of course, but as soon as they open up, the cableway car will start pouring workers into it. I don't think I need to balance into the fire station. This can just like... This has so many people coming out here that a balancing is not needed anymore. Use your best judgment. I don't have a bus stop that I need to walk to. Otherwise the assignment for other stops would have made sense, but there's no bus stop here. It's only the cableway. So this train might go through the distribution office for some reason. Ah, this one doesn't. But the iron train did. Since we have steel, vehicle production is now possible, right? Mechanical components, electronic components. I guess the old vehicles, I guess we could find out what they need to build. Would be kind of neat, yeah. Vehicle production would probably be possible. To allow them to get to the cableway. Oh god. Underground tunnel here somewhere? That is awkward. That would take up a lot of the walking space that they have, but I guess we don't need too much. Also puts them right next to a grocer, for what that's worth. This is basically for the workers from this area, that they have somewhere to go where they can be useful. Nothing else really. And the other connection would be to the bus platform. So, not sure if we can get a footpath through this area. Maybe another footpath tunnel. We have bricks, it's fine. Then we would have 2 footpaths. That should allow any house to at least get somewhere, either the cableway station or, in rare circumstances, the bus stop. And passengers should also be allowed to wait at the bus stop, really. In case they can't get to where they need to go from the grocer. well, I guess they will be able to go to the cableway station. Currently I don't allow passengers waiting here, but I could do that. Cableway itself will not pick up the passengers. I don't think I need any other footpaths, but maybe we'll have a connection to this location. So I'll just use the this one. And then even people at the grocer can go to the bus stop. States never pay debt, they outgrow it. That's right. My states always pay their debt. That's not very cash money. So we'll set up like a footpath setup where we will make sure everything can hook up to something in the area. Bus stop, allowing passengers to wait here. The bus route at the gravel bus stop or construction is allowed to load anyone, so that's fine. And we'll just make this work for us. Probably takes you forever to build stuff though. I mean, if you never go in debt and you build like an industry that makes a lot of money, it's fine. You build stuff fast. Ah, okay. That's how you solve the debt crisis, you just build it fast. Did coal arrive at the storage? Is everything fine? Everything is fine. We can set up the warning here. More coal is arriving right now as we speak. So the distribution office for coal distribution should be a lot less stressed now. Much faster distribution in the area, and can handle the villages as well. The aggregate distribution office, I don't know what you're doing. Storage for coal, that is handled by the city. End station is handled by someone else. Oh, it should be handled by the local distribution office. No need to drive that far by truck anymore. We're making everything more efficient. Free aggregate storage coal heating is either Gugoshny or the other small settlement. Yeah, you don't need to drive here anymore. That is handled locally. Also fine. Just make sure to set it to unloading 50% coal. Next one, railway end station Gugoshny. Yeah, also handled by a different distribution office. This one. 30%. Not by you anymore. Sovskoy metal scrap, yep. 50%. Loading is fine. Construction waste. I think you don't need that anymore. That's the old assignment from the iron mine. Metal scrap assignment is still valid. And then we have gravel loading for reasons of having the previous rail construction office. So your task has been cut down a lot. We don't even have any coal distribution anymore. Who's bringing coal to Tuimas Neu? distribution office in here, which I guess is fine. Yeah, should be better now. That gives a lot more trucks no job, which is kind of bad, but you know. What about you? You just are going to be replaced very soon. As the first German to do the unthinkable. Deficit spending. Well, it's in a video game, so it's fine. We just have to have constant economic growth, and then we're like fine money-wise. It's a sustainable way to run a country. Just constant economic growth. We'll be fine. Watch the video on YouTube that German states have infinite debt. That sounds interesting. Isn't that illegal by German law? Why you don't let them catch you? Running deficit spending in a video game? I think the German authorities might have something against that, that's true. Oh, the waste storage is hooked up? Yeah. And there, if we need more, we have to build the other 2 processing plants. Like, we still have way more capacity for coal in this area. Just the amount of workers going up would be quite nice. Speaking of which, lots of room for more housing here. And let's put another house here. As a treat. It'll need a waste storage though. There's no waste storage in range. It has electricity, it doesn't have water or sewage though. And there's no sewage switch. Well, there is a sewage switch right here. Can have water and sewage in that location. Could also make it shorter and then have room for the waste storage to boot. Or maybe fit in 2 houses. Right next to the rail distribution office. Who wouldn't want that? That's a bit too much. We'll do that. Put a waste storage here. And then we can run a footpath past it. And have our 2 more houses. But first, sewage. Yeah, they are all lacking sewage. I think this is going to be okay. Sewage starts here again. Okay, yeah, we just need a little bit of a connection. It's fine. Just a sewage tank. So many ambulances again. So strange. Well, could also be police sirens. I don't know how the crime is doing at the moment. Clearly the Prussian trains are very quiet. Small Lenin? Probably something, yeah. There's room here. Small Lenin. That's big Lenin. I hear a lot of sirens. That's a little bit concerning. You know what? We're gonna flip the waste storage and Lenin. Like, Lenin should be visible, the waste storage should be a bit hidden. Put the waste storage here. And put Lenin a bit more on display for people. How is it you always find enough land to place a building? My spaces are always too small. Regards from a nearby republic. Well, you see, that was like space for even larger buildings. Like, I could have fitted like an even larger building in, so it was plenty of space that I left. Like, look at this space. This is like... I don't think a lot of people would leave that much space just like sitting around. This space was also still free, and I just placed 2 houses in it that I thought looked cool. You need to leave more space. For the future. You know what they say, space is the future. So, there you go. Dumb joke of the day. Yeah, we should have tons and tons of heat capacity left, like where as long as the heat exchangers being like at 70% capacity, it's probably going to be fine, but I'm still not trusting it. I think I built too dense, legacy from squeezing in all the buildings in a city. Yeah. Like, look at how much space there is unused. There's all room for more housing. Speaking of, I wanted to have another house here. I wanted to have more houses here. Don't accidentally demolish an underground footpath. It's not fun. Don't rub it in. I mean, what's probably going to happen is that we're gonna realize that I will have insufficient amounts of like something like waste storage. Water transportation is probably going to fall over, and then everything will start crumbling again. Vibe-based planning is sometimes difficult. I should also build up the water pipes. Now that I talk about it, like the distribution office has a water truck spare that isn't running right now, but that doesn't mean that during winter it would be the same when traffic is a little bit more congested. Go for more prefabs, research the towers are too good. We're not going prefab buildings, we're stuck in permanent early start. Prefab houses will not happen. Imagine a Dnipro flat in this like Mega City 1 1940s style. Okay, that would be... That might be a bit much, would it? 150 meters range only. For that big of a building? Sheesh. Oh, that seems so opulent. Well, looks like we used up all the bricks. Jeez. So essentially my house is maybe like 500 meters of gravel road away from the grocery store, but still fine. So my house is near pubs, which are near the grocery stores. This feels like... I don't know, I guess we'll set it up. More houses. I don't like... These windows are gonna be so close together though. But sure, whatever. Just like draw like a LAN cable and have like a LAN party with your neighbor. Sewage is hooked up, water tank is being built. It's like Tokyo housing spaces. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that. Like here it's okay because the houses aren't that big. And there's still room for a footpath in between, but I think I don't have room for a... Oh my god, that would have been beautiful. Footpath from here, right between the houses. Ah well. So waste could fall over, like too much to do for the waste trucks. Water could fall over, but all of that is not too much of a concern because the transportation of waste is not that far. I could bring the waste storage up here and its distribution office to be a little bit more efficient. Right now they are bringing it over to the initial entrance of the city where it got transported to the iron mine next to Burgodonsk, but now this is all transported up to the steel mill. But it's handled by a distribution office, so for the technical services it doesn't matter that much, and the distribution office has enough vehicles. Where it also is not an issue. This one I'm not so keen on, I think, the way it looks, but we'll build it anyway. It's gonna be something that I have to see how it looks like before I make a decision for the future. I'm gonna need a short break. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with this view. Be right back. For taking such a short break, I'm gonna be called Das Breakshred now? That's not nice. Why would you do that, Barbados? But yes, I agree. I also like the new housing. I'm also happy that we used the large train station. Like, in the beginning I was like, oh, this is quite large. In my mind I didn't say it. But it really ties everything together visually, I think. Gives it like that open space in the middle of the city that's just used for like logistics. I think it looks neat. Man, those footpaths get built fast. City looks nice, very organic and realistic. Thank you. That is, without like planning it all out and just like building it as stuff comes up, that's a very good compliment. Thank you. Vibe-based planning strikes again. There's people complaining about culture. Some of them up here are complaining about more than that. Is the second bridge also brickstone? Yes, they're all brick. Didn't need anything faster. Like the roads, the speed is like speed limit of 70 is absolutely fine, especially since it's like a city. Doesn't go faster than 60 kilometers an hour anyway. Except the emergency vehicles, I guess. They could be slowed down by it. There's a lot of people going here. We don't need that grocer just yet. It's just here, ready to go for when this area will spring to life. Once we start placing houses here. I hope I'm not overdoing it with the buildings. Let me get some more ambulances. Oh no, they're all parked. Never mind. I think it's all the police. I guess the police is quite busy. Getting close to that first steel export. There's still very few workers here. We did increase the amount of workers going to the coal mine and then 15 more workers to the coal processing plant. Looks like right now we're fine on coal, but if the steel mill picks up production again, then it wouldn't be. Let's get 10 more workers in the brick factory. We're not... I mean, we're exporting bricks, I guess, but... No, let's try and push them towards steel. That's fine. Houses are full. I will definitely need more kindergartens with all of these houses. I'm still amazed that these ones are apparently dealing with the demand, and I haven't heard another complaint about the lack of a kindergarten yet. Put a waste storage here. And then put the kindergarten next to it. Well deserved praise. If only one could absorb your skill set. I am sometimes talking about what I'm like looking at with like footpath planning and road planning. For the urban planning, how the houses are looking, I'm usually trying to keep them like the houses you can see that they're like aligned to a pattern between each other, which I haven't used in Bugogodonsk. In Bugogodonsk it's like a lot more chaotic, so this is like more organic. But you can still see that these houses are trying to follow a pattern between each other. So not every house is like unlocked mouse wheel and then placed in whatever way. So like, as long as you build like 3 or 4 houses, I think in like in a shape that aligns itself with each other. It doesn't have to be the right angles, like you see here. This also looks like it belongs together. Then it looks like it looks like a housing block, as if it's like intended. But if you're like building a curved road and you're just building houses that follow the curved road, it turns the planning more towards an organic look, which is we're not really using it here too. Well, the most organic settlement is, I think, this one. But even here I'm trying to have like shape. Basically creating like shapes between each other. And then in Sovskoye we put that to the test by... I made like a small area where I wanted to have high density housing. I thought this would look cool. But then I got distracted by earning money and I used that strategy on the higher density housing. Like one thing I don't really use is basically the barrack style of housing, like this kind of deal where they're like in parallel or where they're like diagonal. I'm not really using those anywhere. The closest one we have is these two houses next to the bridge and they're separated by a bridge. But I'm trying to avoid these shapes. I don't think they look very organic. Looking at Vuvodunsk, it's a much older city and grown city. The one looks more like a planned city, yeah. Explanation might help things, yeah. You're welcome. And then another thing you can think about is like leave space. Like, don't try and squeeze the houses as close together as possible. Like for example, here we are utilizing some space. I'm also looking at like what would a person living in that house think. So for example, with this setup, I'm thinking like I don't want this house to overlap here because then these windows would basically look at the house wall and it would be kind of silly. So I'm leaving that space open and just putting a waste storage here, and I think that looks kind of natural that way. So usually I'm trying to give the windows a lot more space that they can look out of. Exceptions to that are in Vuvodunsk, where I'm trying to make the houses look like as if they're like a continuous shape. So these two houses are basically touching each other and you don't even know that there's windows in between. So it looks like a single house piece, or this L shape basically. But yeah, think about like, if I live in this house and have these windows, is this view enough for me? Not like, is it great, but is it enough for me? Would it still be enough if this building was here and there was a footpath in between? Probably. I guess as long as you can fit a footpath in between, it looks fine. But the two houses in Sovskoye that I placed where I couldn't fit a footpath anymore in between these two, I'm a little bit upset with them, but we'll see. This looks too repetitive, I think, but maybe it'll look fine. It's basically part of the expo hall setup. Cities look so ugly, man. I think it's because my footpath lines are crooked sometimes compared to yours. That's also why I have a lot of space usually. All of this area in between was empty before. I built like the largest houses, set up the generic footpaths, and then I filled in whatever space I had. It's basically like the main arteries. Set those up first, and then like this one, this footpath was the main artery in that point, so it got built quite early. But yeah, don't plan everything. Like, don't build a house here, then plan these houses. Just plan like a large shape, and then see what you need and fill that in the middle. Don't try to like print a city from front to back with like all of the smaller parts already filled in. If you just build like a large space, you know how this looked like in the beginning. We had like a large area here with these houses basically filling out the generic shape and the shopping center and the connections to the train station, and then everything else came after. So like large shape, it's basically like drawing. You're not drawing an animal or a human by starting from top to bottom and like drawing everything out with precise detail right from the get-go. You draw a circle, and then you draw some circles in the circle, and then you draw the details last. And that's kind of like how you should build cities in this game, if you want to make them look right. And we had the roads set up from the get-go, so we didn't place the buildings and then place the roads after. I had the roads in the beginning to like give myself a basic guideline how I wanted the city to look, or like at least follow a guideline. The rail line was there first, and then the city grew around that, which gives you some like guidelines. Like if I had started with the houses first, it would have looked like a housing block here, like a square or a rectangle. Would have been super efficient. But the way that the train line went through this way, the way that we had the bridge here with the road following along the inside the train tracks, the space was all just what we had left, and then we picked houses that looked like similar and appropriate for the area. Maybe I should color in the houses in like a different texture and give the city a completely different vibe. Like we could basically change the whole city to like look more modern by painting it differently. The new textures give you a lot of flexibility that way. Of course, it's a little bit annoying how you have to select each building to set it, but I'd rather have the option than not have it. I think this is going to change the tone of the city quite a lot if we start changing the coloring. And then I guess I could make this like a housing block with that color and then give another housing block another color. But that's like detailing, that's not how the buildings were initially set up. It's just something we can do now. Very useful. Thank you. So yeah, let's color these in and make them look as if they're like part of different housing blocks. See what it looks like in the end. It's going to change the whole tone of the city, I think. Because previously it was all pretty grey and uniform. But I think this is going to give it like a lived-in vibe now. Where it actually looks like people live here and would want to live here. So this is going to modernize the whole district up here by changing its color. As you can see at the night right now as I'm describing it. Like very beautiful, right? Well, we'll see it tomorrow. All my homies love Sovskoy. Yep. It's a beautiful city. Also, we're at minus 20. Like, what's the heating situation? It should be better. Some of the houses are below 24. I need to keep this on. I mean, I can't really do anything if something goes wrong, but I need the information how the heating is looking. This is a lot more solid because it has its own heating plant now, which is barely at any amount of capacity. This one is probably still struggling because it's getting more and more houses thrown at it. It's still at 67%. I will have to re-designate more to the other heating plant. Like, we probably have to split the city not on this side, but down this way. And one heat exchanger is already relocated. Maybe this one too. Or maybe just the upper half, I don't know. Minus 25, it's getting colder. When unlock mechanical components, maybe once we get to 10,000 citizens. Okay, now we can see the color of the buildings with the nice shine of like orange as the one building is burning to the ground. But it, like you can see, this changes the whole vibe of the city. It doesn't have anything to do with the layout, but also very nice. And it's not like all of the houses are the same, like 4 or 5 houses close to each other. Makes it look kind of neat. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Sovskoy has grown a little bit. Someone's got a bonfire. I think they were growing reed, and they had no grow lamps, so they had to light a fire, unfortunately. Show Mega the new NVIDIA plant. We're running our heating on NVIDIA graphics cards now. It's taking care of like over 50% of the heating of the city, and it's working very well. That reminds me what happened to that drug game. Did you finish it? I stopped playing it for now because I don't want to overplay it when it's like still in early access that much. It was like I saw where it was going and didn't want to do it anymore. Didn't know these trains could run through the rail distribution office. That's so weird. 15 degrees at -30. Looks okay. These ones are a lot warmer now. I mean, we could throw in extra heat exchangers and just hook them up to the other heating plant, so there's like shared responsibility. We could move this waste storage. Not really. But yeah, lots more stable. I'm thinking about doing another heating pipe rework. Like these two heat exchangers, I think one of them should go to the new heating plant. This one we would relocate. I don't even have a fire station in this, but nothing burned down, so I guess it's okay. It's just like if one of these heat pumping station catches fire, like I said previously. Not ideal. Heating pipe, heat pumping station into heat exchanger here. What would the other connections be? Or would we just run that? Because this heating plant is going to take care of some more housing development. And this would only be one heat exchanger. Maybe it needs more than one, now that I think about it. The bridge being in the way of the heating pipe. Still a little bit annoying. If you know it's there, but otherwise you don't see it. Like this. This looks strange. Too close together. Like if they were like a footpath wide away from each other, yes. I mean, we can always demolish them and rebuild. It's fine. The more the merrier. Another thing I'm like, that might be important for people who are trying to like set things up neatly and like organized. When you're placing something, your brain is immediately drawn to the green road and you're trying to like align it perfectly so it looks straight. Which means that once everything is built, it can still kind of look crooked because you were focusing on the wrong thing. Because in the end, if you're like building something and the road connection is crooked like that, the only thing you're seeing is the part that is here. And this crooked bit, you don't actually see it with the junction. So you shouldn't focus on the road piece so much, but actually focus on the alignment of building versus building. So where I'm looking is like this edge of the building, where my mouse cursor is currently, this edge of the building, lining up with this edge. Then I move it south and make sure it's like a right angle or whatever angle I want it to be. Right angle, we can check that way, move it south and place it here. Have enough room for a waste storage or something. It's the E-building complex. What is an E-building complex? Explain yourself. I know there's a traffic sign here for the city entrance. But yeah, that's a perfectly good example. Like it looks crooked, but once it's built, you don't even see it. Even with a gravel road, it should be fine. I guess that shows you what you will see, which is this part, this brown piece. And it does not really look crooked at all, I think. I'm going to do a little bit more heating rework. It's getting maybe a bit far, but this heat exchanger, I think we're going to connect over to that heat pumping station. So this area is basically going to get heating from 2 heating plants. And then I will have room for a heating pipe to maybe go this way and have some low density housing along the road for the cableway station. If I feel like it. Yeah, I should probably not use too much. I mean, if this heating plant is fine, I shouldn't mess with it. I just would like to interlace the heating a little bit to make it more stable, because 2 heating plants working together should work more efficiently, I believe. It looks like we're fine though. I guess it hasn't been getting really cold yet. It's minus 36 and we're still hitting 15 degrees in the kindergarten, 15 degrees over here. This looks rock solid, I think. I'll hide the overlay for now. When I notice it's minus 40, I can pause, and over minus 40 or under minus 40 I can pause and take a look. But yeah, maybe we'll use this heat pumping station to provide heating to more residential building on this side. That is also something we could develop. City is growing. Then we would definitely need a way to like transport people more efficiently to where they need to go. A tram might be necessary at that point. Speaking of which, I also need my heat exchanger here. I think that would be a good middle ground. No electricity, no water, no sewage. We have no switch, except that one. But that is okay, that's good enough. If I want to develop this housing, we would have to draw a sewage pipe up there, which we will have left over. But at some point, like, the settlement is going to be like at capacity, and we should really focus on a new settlement instead. I wanted too much. Fine. Looks like all of our distribution office vehicles are currently busy. High pressure system sitting over the valley, pollution trapped. What could go wrong? Yeah. It's fine. This is like the 1940s version of carbon capture. We're just capturing all the carbon in here. Nothing escapes. Wow, already an 8-hour stream. Very excellent, yeah. Very excellent. Okay, so heating pipe. I'm thinking 2 heat exchangers on that side to extend the housing, and then the lower one just going along here, giving us a replacement for this one, or this one. This one's closer. For that connection, maybe a different, more direct route, but yeah. I'm gonna rework that next year, hook it up. Sovskoy is out of bricks. I guess we're building a lot of houses. Okay, let's try the distribution office. But the distribution office is currently hooked up to the export. Regardless, if there's enough bricks, you can also, if you want to, unload materials like bricks and steel in here, making sure it's always 50% filled. So the export storage has to be full enough, and then 80%. $72, so 390 tons. Then the train would start running, bringing a lot of bricks to the other storage, I guess. I mean, the construction material train might make its way through there before then. A bit low on general construction materials. 2 new houses up. No 21-year-olds without their own flat. Could increase birth rate. It's pretty cold. Let's get the heating overlay again. Now with the extra houses. This building is at 14 degrees when we're at minus 38. So, and these ones are not in any way, shape, or form in danger anymore. So yeah, if we have a little bit of shared heating responsibility over there, we would probably be fine. Just have to get a connection. Somewhere through there. From the upper connection. Eight hours, and this is a full-time job. Hey, Decipher. Yeah, it would be, but if you pursue a hobby for 8 hours, is it also a full-time job? I think I would have to get paid for this. Then it would be a job. So I guess it technically isn't. Loyalty at 34%. Very nice. What if I'm streaming 14 hours, 20 hours? Would be a bit much for a full-time job even then, but I guess some people like doing that. Hello Shaoyashu, welcome back. What if? We'll never find out. Probably. Should build a fire station here, I think. Have something that can get to the residential area a little bit faster across the bridge. Just put a fire station here for the future. Uh-oh, there's a Mexican standoff in my... There's a Mexican standoff between an Australian and a German in my chat. What is going to happen? Don't do anything rash. Oh god, guns have been drawn. No, stop it. Don't do it. He's not worth it. He's trash compared to you. Just let it go. Now you have to figure out who I'm talking about. and just get confused. Well, or you can do that. Fine. No, Decipher, no! Come back here. I have more song requests. I'm sorry. Well, I guess Decipher is gone. Made a terrible, terrible joke. They would be able to get to the bus stop and cableway station from here. Seems good. I don't like these. This footpath is not necessarily going to keep looking like that. Peace endures, calm prevails. I guess we diffused the situation, yeah. We could also put like a bunch of like low quality rural flats in here. Right next to the train line. Feels like a cruel living arrangement, perfectly suited for that era. Oh, cruel. I guess noisy might be the more appropriate wording. Sure, why not? Why not give them housing that looks like this? So this is going to be like the very desolate part of town, I guess. Maybe they can not even get to the school, but they should be able to. And then it's gonna like fade into like some higher quality housing, but the one right next to the train line is not going to be great. Can reach all houses via bus stop. So students will also have to wait here. Cableway station, not that many. Wait, do you not have a purple variant? I guess not. Then it will have to be reddish pink. Downside of this arrangement will be manually assigning all the houses to hold the correct set of workers. Will we need a clinic in this area? No. Well, there's no footpath reaching over here. It's kind of its own separate entity. We could build a footpath tunnel. We have the technology and the bricks. That way they would be able to go to the clinic using the same footpath tunnel. Yep, that's good enough. That'll work. Any extra person can go to a stop and just like use that as a transfer stop to walk there. Like if they can go and get food first, they can visit a doctor after, basically. Let's build some housing. This is like so close to 70%. It's a bit scary, but we'll switch over a heat exchanger to alleviate some of its stress. Is the food that bad? What do you mean, is the food that bad? After the grocer visit? No. It's more about, like, first they go grocery shopping and then they go to the, like, have a health checkup. It's gonna be fine. It's not related. Took me a second there. I also want to redo this heating pipe, which is going to cost money, but I have to. I'm going to draw this heating pipe to go to this heat exchanger instead. Out here. Hooking up into there. And the other heating pipe will come from this end, join the heating pipe, and then curl around to hook up here. Followed by the clinic. Yes, like schedule-wise, not causality. I think there might have been a steel export. There was not. It's just being used. We're just using all the steel for construction. But hey, at least we're not importing steel anymore. Fuel is not the most expensive good we're importing anymore, now that I'm keeping up with the demand for the fabric factories. Oh, the train station not having any liveries. Such a shame. Now you can see the color difference in the buildings. Yellow, orange and red, purple, mostly purple. Nice contrast to the snow. The white buildings on the snow looked a little bit meh. I wonder if they can introduce like a way to paint, like copy paste a paint scheme from one building to another. I really like the loads and loads of varieties of liveries, but it's a bit difficult to manage. Meat deliveries, not enough. Yes, I'm getting two more meat trucks. Seems like we're running into a little bit of an issue with the deliveries. Hook up the fire station, a little bit more protection for the heat pumping stations and this residential area that the workers in this location can maybe work on. I think for incoming trains we have to have a Soviet Star monument here, a Red Star monument. Still very few workers here. I guess the new coal processing is up and taking 15 workers away on average. And the mine is drawing a lot more workers, so fewer workers making its way to the steel mill. And they probably still have that preference of going to the train platform instead of the cableway station. So maybe I need to assign some more houses to make their way to the cableway station directly. "68 years of life expectancy." The heating plant is running like at a lot more throughput right now, but we'll change that. We'll reduce it by one, maybe two more heat exchangers. alleviate the stress a bit. Probably only one. Although this is the higher density. This one is further away from the settlement, I think 500 meters. I mean, if we're building the settlement up to this point with the cableway station, then it's going to be just as close. Got our second heating plant named. AMD. Yeah, they're being affected by pollution. That's looking likely, unless there's something else that I'm missing. But that is probably the heating plant, plus whatever the steel mill is making. It's not that far away either. So yeah, we're getting fairly close now. This is like definitely going to be the closest we're going to get to the heating plant, and we should reduce its heating output. Like, it's at 70% and above. If we run into a maintenance window for this, it wouldn't be able to keep up with the heating for the settlement. So, as mentioned, we will rework this. This will have a new connection out that direction, and this one will hook up into it as well. That will connect one additional heat exchanger to the new heating plant, and leaves us with 2 heat connections into this area with some lower density housing, filling out that landscape a bit. $81. I mean, the other option is also moving this one to a point where it's like easier to hook up that heating pipe, but I think since it's already dug down that far, it's gonna be fine. We can run it okay. That should be able to hook up. The small heating plant is still running here, making a little bit extra pollution, but just reducing that stress ever so much, making sure that the area's fine. If there's some delay with the heating plants, for example. That should hook up nicely. I'll just have to wait until end of April, when temperatures get close to 0, and then we can make the heat rework a reality. Still very good profits, as long as we're not building too much. What have we been exporting? Clothing, iron is our main export, followed by oil and boards. Behind construction waste. We're making more money with the residual waste from our mining than with board exports. Can't wait for when we get that game again where like wood is super profitable at some point. But this is not the game. I mean, we could make that work right now. Settlement, 2 logging camps, maybe 3, going into a storage, an open storage, and then just use a distribution office. And when that one fills up with enough lumber, we just carry it back to Gugozhny and cut it down into boards and then export it. I guess our rail distribution office could do that, couldn't it? If the board storage fills up too much, it could also go here and export. If there's more than 80% boards here, you're allowed to bring them to the customs house. It's gonna happen fairly frequently. But maybe that'll change our profit margin on that resource. Can't tell the color, it's too dark. Just guessing. That's orange. That looks better. Sure. That is very pretty. Sure. Anyway, I think it might be a good idea to call it Glorious Export Hall. Yeah, Export Hall. It's getting a lot of visitors. constantly. Both culture and attraction is what it's dealing with. So culture, and some of them get an attraction from it, visiting it too. So it's like a beefy cinema, basically. It's very good. Takes up a lot of space, but I think it's worth it. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. Made some good progress. Stabilized heating. So much capacity, indeed. We're at not even half. Next time we can extend Sovskoy some more. Churn out more steel production, hopefully. Probably have to send more houses to give their workers to the cableway station, because they're not sending that many over. We're also building up the quasi-slums. Not a lot of people living in here yet either. Before I end, I guess I'll trigger the research for birth rate increase, because that's what we need. More workers. 300 more workers inside range of the cableway station. There's these two houses that are not really populated yet. A bunch of people living here, able to walk to the bus stop, getting carried through the city. And hopefully more workers working at the coal mine cableway station. I should probably rename that one steel mill, but it really is mainly the coal mine. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We are going to raid. We have Project 7, who's streaming workers and resources. We have Something Barbaric, who's apparently going to stream roadcraft today. Something for someone to get mad at. Maybe he'll just throw down asphalt onto the ground and pave it, like you would do with a road construction. Everyone knows that. Thank you for the follow, Swatopluk. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream, you monster. After I get my PC upgrade, if I find it cheap, you know what I'm doing. I'm just like paving the world by just like spilling asphalt everywhere and like rolling it, and that's it. If I find it cheap for like 15 bucks or something, I might get it and do that. But yeah, currently no. I want to see Bar play Roadcraft. Hello, Iskrimro. Then I guess chat has spoken. But yeah, if you want to watch more workers and resources, you can go over to Project 7. I'm gonna give him a shout out. But we will be raiding over to Something Barbaric, which is basically workers and resources construction sector of the game. Something. So if that sounds interesting, stick around. Oops. I guess without the @ symbol. Yes. You're driving a lot of heavy machinery, building roads, power lines and the like. It's a somewhat sequel to SnowRunner, which is a sequel to MudRunner, which I really liked. Haven't played SnowRunner yet. Seems like they're focusing on other things in this game, so it's not a direct sequel. It's a spin-off. But yeah. Like I said, thank you very much for watching. Wish you all a good rest to your Saturday. Hope you have a wonderful time. Take care, everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.